I couldn't even find my freaking microphone. Okay. Here it is. I found it. We're going to do this show. This is as professional as it gets, yo. I'll tell you right now that I'm watching each and every one of you. Welcome to the Purge, everyone. You know what you're getting into. I can't even talk. Yo,
so stupid.
As professional as it gets, yo. Here we go.
Mittens.
I'm
Finally,
each and
there's
every one
an
of you.
elegant, comfortable. Is your cat making too
Welcome to the
much
Purge,
noise
everyone.
all the
You know what
time?
you're
Is your
getting
cat
into.
constantly stomping around,
I can't.
driving you crazy? Is your
Here we
cat
go.
clawing at your furniture? Finally, think there's no answer? You're so stupid. There is. Kitten Mittens. Is your cat constantly stomping Finally, there's an elegant, comfortable mitten for cat. Is your cat clawing at your furniture? Finally, think there's no answer? You're so stupid. There is. Kitten Mittens. Is your cat constantly stomping Finally, there's an elegant, comfortable mitten for cat. Is your cat clawing at your furniture? Finally, think there's no answer?
This is as professional as it gets, you guys. It really is. I have a fruit cup like you would give a toddler. I see myself now. There's another me. All right, let's start over. You have no idea. Like a toddler. Same 4 jokes. I've been holding out on fruit for days. Just so I can drink it in front of you guys. Okay. I swear I can do this. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Let's see if I can. I have no idea. All right, here we go. And 3, 2. I hate you. I hate you all. I love every one of you. Come on, you know this. Oh, we're going to do this. And he's got the wrong window.
Spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like, chill, guys. Just use Pi. It's a free program.
Yeah, I woke up and nothing worked. I mean, nothing worked today. Oh my God, Kane has lost his mind. What happened in all that time he had to get together? Maybe he could do it. I know he can do it. Wait a second, wait. It's there. There we go. There we go.
Is your cat making too much noise all the time? Is your cat constantly stomping around, driving you crazy? Is your cat clawing at your furniture? Think there's no answer? You're so stupid. There is. Kitten Mittens. Finally, there's an elegant, comfortable mitten for cats. Hear anything. Is your cat one-legged? Is your cat fat, skinny, or an in-between? That doesn't matter, because one size fits all. Kitten Mittens, you'll be smitten. So come on down to Patty's Pub. We're the home of the original Kitten Mittens. Meow.
That's right, boogers. Here we go.
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Could you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run go pump 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 some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy. Dinner, 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 such a sham. It tastes good, such a sham. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they your sugar now.
Little bit of nicotine doesn't mean that they don't love you.
Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Should've never had a birthday, Dad.
I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. I'm in charge, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pop 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 some neuron. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shun, such a shun. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run.
Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Birthday, Dad.
Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop bop bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop, bum 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 bum. Just a little bit of nicotine.
The sun
Just a little bit of nicotine.
cream in your sugar now.
Little bit of nicotine doesn't mean that they don't love you.
When I'm in charge. Don't fuss with me. It tastes good. It tastes good.
Bum 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 bum.
Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Birthday, Dad.
I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shun, such a shun. I'm in charge. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run.
Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Birthday, Dad. Dad. Birthday, Dad.
Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop, mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop bop bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop,
Candy in the sun.
just a little bit of nicotine. Just a little bit of nicotine.
Cream in your sugar now.
Little bit of nicotine doesn't mean that they don't love you.
Well, that's all for today. Bye-bye.
All right, you heard the lady. Get out of here! Get out of here! It's been a long, hard, terrible week without you. None of you could find me on Not Kane Beasts of Purge. But that's okay. I still have a gun. I almost lost my... Oh my gosh. It was bad. That was close. Mic down. We have a mic down. I still have my magic wand. But you can't see because my camera's down. Heather's no longer affiliated with the show on her behalf. I did her a favor. Oh, God. He used to be funny back before he was Not Kane B. I like Not Kane B better. Okay, I'm back, and we have a show and a half for you tonight. Do you like it better with the cap on? I could do half cap, double decaf with a twist of lemon if you like. I don't know what you guys want. Okay, we have a game of Hangman tonight. I have two games. One was going to be, the answer was going to be, I'm not going to tell you the answer you guys wish. But we have a super different trivia going on happening tonight. So if anybody's here for that, get out of here. Dead air. I can do it if I want. I can. I lost my Niles thing, and we must have Niles. I can't not have Niles. I must have closed it. Did I? Yep. There it is. There it is. There it is. Told you.
I'm just having a couple of problems with it.
What kind of operating system does it use?
It's, Vista!
We're going to die!
If anybody's ever watched the IT Crowd, don't watch it again. Don't ever do it. Alright, you bays. I'll get you. I'll get every one of you. It's chilly AF here. I don't know if you're feeling it where you are. It's probably warm and sunny up north. Alright. He was funnier as Not Kane B. Done. I told you. Alright. There will be no chat replay on this. I'll tell you that right now. I'm so glad Mittens for Kittens was here. I've been asking her if she's seen the Charlie Day thing, and I had all this funny stuff, and then somebody got in my head. I don't know what kind of stick they put in there, but I'm chipping out. All right, let me play with the horizontal. I can't even talk. It can't be that cool. I almost busted out the heater. The lady who sold me... Here's a funny thing about this place. I own it. And I had a neighbor come up to me today. And they like to tell you stuff. They're not busybodies or anything around here. Yeah. What's up, Thunderclap? I got to clap now. I decided. I was like, I don't clap for Thunderclap. What is wrong with me? Thundercats, ho! There's Heather. Heather's here. Jenn. Oh my gosh! I had too much fruit drink. Like you'd give a toddler. I had too much fruit drink. That's a guitar pick. Jenn will be here later. She's massaging my feet currently. I hope you're all well. I missed every single last one of you, and it's been, you know how I gotta have a lot of me's. And there's only been one me going on, and it's not enough. When she says to be quiet and my parents are asleep, I have no idea. I don't know.
I'm just having a couple of problems with it.
What kind of operating system does it use?
It's Vista.
We're going to die!
I'm going to play that over and over till you're sick of it. I love every single one of you. Who wants to watch that one again? Here we go.
It's my crystal ball.
It looks like a snow globe.
Nuh-uh, it's real. Here, watch. Free Doritos at the office today? I think that's a yes!
I knew Heather Fitzgerald would love that one there. How you feeling today, Heather? We all know. Okay, here we go. How's Pippopotamus?
See what I mean? Oh my god.
A group of online sleuths are trying to track down an individual who has been pelting Chicago residents with raw eggs. So good news, Chicago may finally be running out of bullets.
A Colorado woman who posts on OnlyFans said that praying before sex with her husband allows her to experience a threesome with God. A threesome that doesn't end until thy kingdom comes.
Researchers in Uganda have observed a chimpanzee masturbating with a plastic bottle. Once full, the bottle was capped and sold as Dasani. Officials at TikTok are trying to stop efforts in Congress to ban the app by launching a campaign called Project Texas, because TikTok is their baby, and they know Texas won't let them get rid of it.
Sorry, Typically Unique. I didn't know you'd be here. I'm getting to your video from today. Typically Unique is in a typically unique situation. Cheryl Butler's here. On we go. Her house is literally like a war zone. Oh, Lord. Lordy. Alright, so if you weren't a member of Kane B's The Purge, damn.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right
missed
here,
it.
why don't you own an
And
apartment
this
building?
is,
Seriously, let me show you a
one of the things you
amazing
missed from
thing
Heather
has happened
Fitzgerald.
in a small
Check this
town
out.
in Grayson County, Kentucky.
You punched me. A bunch. How many times you punched me? A bunch. I was putting out a fire, you idiot. Hey, take that.
A man's house caught on fire, or FAR,
Put the fire out.
as they say in both Kentucky and here in West Virginia.
Damn lithium battery blowed up.
It sounded like the bomb went
Oh, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
That man should be able to risk his own personal safety to put out that fire, right?
Well, hell, let me get that back in there then. No. Get out. I ain't gonna let my house burn.
Well, wrong, according to these cops who showed up on the scene and beat this man to a bloody pulp and arrested him just for trying to put out a fire at his own home.
You're gonna stop me from saving my own home. My safety is none of your concern.
But that's not the most amazing part of this story. When the government went to have this man and his son indicted by a grand jury, I kid you not, they indicted the police officer instead.
Somehow the grand jury reversed the district court's finding and indicted Sergeant Newton on misdemeanor charges. This action is unprecedented in my experience.
Can the grand jury do that? Well, I have the body cam that turned this grand jury against the government. Let's go through it. You know, when police step over the line and violate your rights, what makes it so egregious is the imbalance of power. You simply can't do anything to stop it at that moment. Just like that, you're up against a giant that you cannot fight alone. That's exactly what happened to a man in Florida who broke his back and became paralyzed in 2021. Be entertained, be informed, be educated, conduct that we document, perform the very serious task of helping to hold your government accountable for acts of misconduct that we document on this channel. As I mentioned, this video comes to us from, I believe it's pronounced Lichtfield, Kentucky, which is in Grayson County. Now, this has been in at least one news report that I've seen, but this was actually submitted directly to me by the guy in this video, Lanny. Now, Lanny, if you've ever lived in West Virginia or Kentucky, you know Lanny.
You're getting ready to go to jail. I'm going to shit going to jail. All right. You lied to me. You said the fire department.
You do not get to swing on the police.
I didn't swing until you hit me.
Have a seat.
What the is your name? This right here is going to cost you your job. Yeah, that's going to cost you, big boy, because you've never met somebody like me.
I don't know his specific genealogy, but I guarantee he's one of the descendants of the people who George Washington and others placed in these mountains to both stop the British and also the Native Americans from attacking people in the East. These people have always been fiercely independent. They were willing to fight the largest empire on earth over like a few cents in taxes. You don't mess with their sense of liberty and independence. You don't mess with their stuff. Not a lot has changed in some areas of the country. Anyway, Lanny's house caught on fire. And
he doesn't go on like this forever, but I feel like I got to stop it once in a while just to interject here.
Appalachia, when your house catches on fire, yeah, you call the fire department, but you don't sit around and wait on the government to do it for you. Yeah, you call 911 if somebody breaks into your house, but you don't wait on the police to arrive. You protect yourself. You protect your family. You protect your home. And that's what Lanny was in the process of doing with his son and other family members when police officers from the Lichtfield Police Department arrived. Now, the fire department was not there yet. The police arrived.
I don't know. I'm not sure what we're dealing with just yet.
Golly.
Where's it at?
It's in the basement.
Negative.
Husband's down there.
Sir, come on out.
10-4, take off.
Yeah, come on out. Is it just you guys down here?
Typically unique. That's hilarious.
Damn lithium battery blowed up.
It sounded like a bomb went
Oh, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
You got it put out?
No, it's still going.
Officers ordered Lanny and his son Darren to leave the smoke-filled house for what they said were safety reasons.
I woke
But
up.
the
Nice
pair
to
resisted.
see you.
Well, let's get back.
Well, hell, let me get that back in there then.
No. Get out.
I ain't gonna let my house burn. There's hundreds of thousands. Listen here.
And when they resisted, Officer Justin Cockrell tased the son Darren Fentress.
Before you spend hours stuck in a waiting room, see how you can get care from your couch instead.
You're getting ready to go to jail. I'm going to shit.
My internet connection is wonky to say the least. It's okay. I love Kentucky. Kentucky's beautiful. They get, the funny thing I think about Kentucky. Oh yeah, that's Tennessee, but I think they kind of got the same laws the dry counties in Tennessee and Kentucky. Like, for example, Lynchburg is where Jack Daniels is distilled, and it is a dry county. So they probably get all kinds of perks, like bottles all the time, stuff they can't drink. I don't know if they can drink them in their house, but you can't buy it there. So yeah, Kentucky's beautiful, man. That's a beautiful. Thank God for the people in Kentucky too, and Houston. I love Houston. I love Seattle. Seattle's got some beautiful people. They really are. It's just so torn up and messed up right now. But let's watch the rest of this. I'll shut up now.
All right.
Get out now. Get out now.
Get out now.
Dude.
Hey, stop it right
hit you with this fire extinguisher.
At that time, his father, Lanny, was holding a garden hose because he was trying to put out the fire. And this is what the cops allege, that Lanny, holding that garden hose, swung it at the officers.
That's where this guy's from, is West Virginia.
I'm done. I done got the fire out.
You are done. You're both going to jail.
I'm going to jail.
You're going to jail for assault third, and so is
Fire! Fire!
Because you touched a police officer, that's why.
I will.
Do it, mother. Do it. Get on the ground now.
You think calling me a mother in my home?
Get on the ground now.
I'm not getting on the ground.
So then Officer Newton tased him. Then when they finally got Lanny out of the house, as they're walking him to an ambulance, you can see these visible taser probes sticking out of his chest and his stomach, and his face apparently now a bloody pulp.
It's bullshit.
Ma'am, step back. Now, step
I'm
back.
going to take a picture of my husband.
You can take a picture, but you can also step back.
Yeah, you overstepped your bounds this time.
Okay.
Lanny was not happy at all, and he was not going quietly.
What gives you the right to make me leave my home when I'm trying to put a fire out? You lied to me. You said the fire department.
Too Fast is here. What's up, Too Fast?
You was to not go back inside that home for your
No,
safety.
you made me come out.
Yes,
I
no.
wasn't fighting. I was fighting to get back in the damn house to put the fire out. What the is your name?
Sergeant Newton, sir.
Who?
Sergeant Newton.
What Newton?
N-E-W-T-O-N.
No. What's your dad's name?
My dad's name has nothing to do with this. He's not from here.
Oh. Well, you won't be from here very long. You know this is wrong.
No, it's not, sir.
You're going to stop me from...
I'll tell you what, though, this does have a happy ending. You guys missed the part I was supposed to play at the beginning, but it'll be a surprise for you now.
saving my own home. Hey, my safety is none of your concern. This right here is going to cost you your job.
After this happened, back when the government was still controlling the narrative here was the first news reports that came out of the situation. The headline was this: Father, son arrested for fighting police after Lichtfield basement fire reveals guns, ammo. 2 men were arrested in Lichtfield after fighting police officers that were attempting to clear a fire in a basement, which contained a large amount of ammunition and guns. The two men attempted to re-enter the home despite being told to stay away from the building. When blocked from entering by officers, both men shoved the officers, who then told the men they were under arrest. Lanny Fentress continued to resist arrest by punching and throwing things at the police officers before being tased as well. Afterward, both men were apprehended. While being treated by EMS, Lanny Fentress continued to be uncooperative and refused to give the officer his information. Both men were then transported to the Grayson County Detention Center. Lanny Fentress is charged with menacing, third-degree terroristic threatening, third-degree assault of a police officer, and second-degree wanton endangerment of a police officer. Darren Fentress is charged with menacing, resisting arrest, and second-degree wanton endangerment of a police officer. Both of the officers were treated for smoke inhalation and injuries at the emergency room and released. Oh, thank God the officers are okay. This is how things normally go when police officers control the narrative. And everything was going swimmingly until the cases were presented at the grand jury.
A Litchfield police officer responding to a house fire is accused of assaulting a man and his adult son. Sergeant DJ Newton went to court this morning and pleaded not guilty.
Things get heated after Litchfield police and other first responders were called to a home on Risen Drive. This is Sergeant DJ Newton's body cam. The house is smoky from the fire. When officers told Lanny Fentress and his adult son Darren to leave the home, fearing for their safety, they wouldn't leave.
Get the out now. Taser, taser, taser.
A Grayson County special grand jury has now indicted Newton for this incident for misdemeanor charges of assault, terroristic threatening, menacing, and criminal trespassing. Lanny and Darren were arrested and charged with menacing, assault, and wanton endangerment of a police officer, but those charges have now been dropped. Litchfield police say Newton is on leave without pay after being indicted. Officer Justin Cockrell is not facing any charges. An internal police investigation is also underway. Lanny Fentress messaged WDRB Investigate saying the body cam speaks for itself.
Newton's attorney Thomas Clay released a statement saying somehow the grand jury reversed the district court's finding and indicted Sergeant Newton on misdemeanor charges. This action is unprecedented in my experience.
The Litchfield Police Department issued the following statement regarding Officer Newton's indictment. On and became aware of an indictment issued by Grayson Circuit Court stemming from a special called grand jury against Sergeant DJ Newton for multiple misdemeanor charges, including assault in the 4th degree, terroristic threatening in the 3rd degree, menacing, and criminal trespass in the 1st degree. Litchfield Police Department will update with more information as it becomes available. We would defer to the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office for specific information on these charges. At this time, Sergeant Newton is on leave without pay. Litchfield Police Department cannot comment on any internal action being taken at this time until the final disposition of any charges. So they had called a special grand jury just to indict Lanny. But remember, I told you about the fine people from West Virginia and Kentucky. I think when they saw that body cam footage and they compared it to the statement that was provided or the testimony that was provided by Officer Newton, they saw that it didn't match up. Just like you see in many of these videos, what the officers are describing is not what happened. They saw a man who was defending his own home from this fire, and they believed it was reasonable not to let police officers drag you out of your own house, especially when they weren't the fire department. The fire department wasn't there. They had no solution. They had no business dragging him out of his own house, much less beating him to a pulp and tasing him for, quote, his own safety. That wasn't for his own safety. That was because he didn't do what they told him to do and was willing to physically resist, which he did. Because it was on body cam, the grand jurors got to see what actually happened, and they turned the tables on the government. So now the government is prosecuting its own cop, which it doesn't want to do. So they have to bring in a special judge just to hear the case. And I guess they probably have to bring in a special prosecutor as well. So what I would look for to happen is for this to go away. The grand jurors, the citizens wanted that officer prosecuted, but the government will not want that officer prosecuted. And I suspect that the charges will disappear quietly, unless they can't disappear quietly. And that's where you come in. If you love America.
Hey, Jane Kendall, nice to see you. Twiz is watching. Maybe he'll grace us with his presence in the chat. Who knows? He's a fickly stick, that Twizzle. All right, that's isn't it great how the grand jury turned on the narrative? Isn't that amazing? What a narrative they spun too, isn't it? And they never do that. And of course, FFS wasn't here to hear it. It's okay. Ay, ay, ay.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
I just like hearing him moan. Twiz has been around in the not me chats, but he's wary on coming in here. He's got a little stage fright. He's shy. It's okay. Give him his time. He'll be there. I am gonna play up to about halfway. Echoes. The Iceman cometh. You got to get that dry suit on and get out there, buddy. You know he's going to surf. That's probably like Lake Erie or something, I imagine. That's where all the snow's going right now. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I'm going to play about halfway through the tabs, guys. And then we're going to do... I think I'm going to do Hangman first. And then we'll do... I have a whole new trivia game. Woo! It's all new. There's music. Where's Meanie Weenie? Meanie Weenie's not here? Can anybody get a... Oh, this is not right. I put her in the... Noelle's here. Alright, so anyway. Yeah, so that's the deal. Coming up. Real quick. This is crazy.
Coming at you fat.
Too fast for fleas.
To Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
Kevin sent me a note about a proposed bill. And this is the kind of thing where you look at it and go, it's not going to work. But hey, you got to give the guy credit for proposing a bill, I guess. That is what politicians do. But this is from shorenewsnetwork.com out of New Jersey. Robert Walker wrote it. It's very short, very short. Public Records Reform Bill seeks to protect women on police body cams from being exploited for clicks on YouTube. Anytime you hear about a law that protects women and not men, or men and not women, you immediately go, wait, equal protection. Why would you have a law that protects women but not men? And that's a problem, but that's not the real problem here. I'm simply pointing out that the headline contains the first stumbling block to this bill. So in a move to enhance privacy protections, a senator has introduced a legislative bill aimed at curbing the misuse of Open Public Records Act requests, particularly involving young individuals captured in body-worn camera footage. Now here it says young individuals, and above it says women, so I assume we're talking about young women. The bill addresses a growing concern over the exploitation of young women who have been recorded in body-worn cameras during law enforcement interactions by individuals seeking to leverage these records for financial gain on social media platforms. This misuse of the OPRA system has raised significant privacy issues, the misuse. And this is a great example where the guy who wrote this ought to put misuse in quotes or say, well, they claim it's being misused. Because as you know, most places have a system whereby you can request records created by the government. Often.
Hey, say hi to Juan for everybody. He's in the house. What's up, my brother? How are you? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Hope everybody had a great Turkey Day. And So yeah, this is I guess he thinks it'll get shot down, but it's very insightful on what they're trying to do. I think. There has been sirens here all day long, all the live long day.
Is what's known in the trade as a lawyer's coffin. They were used in offices to hide liquor, obviously, and then you come over and open it. This has bellows on the bottom with air. That's why it closes so slowly. Is what's known in the trade as a lawyer's coffin. They were used in offices to hide liquor, obviously.
Oh yeah, Love Tina, I'm so glad you're here because I buried my face in your pie all day long, and it was delicious. I want to thank you. Thank you for sending that. I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm fired. All right. Yeah, that's a lawyer's coffin. That's pretty. There's also a bishop's bar, if you've seen that. That was in the movie Inglourious Bastards. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so let's keep going. My internet is lagging. Here we go. So this is some lady I found randomly on the internet. She's a teacher or something. And check out this.
Over. All right, I'm on my front porch.
Now this is typically unique, and this was her house this morning.
I'm afraid to even take a step down. My poor tree isn't even there anymore. I want to make it to... Oh, I forgot my yardstick. I was going to measure how much, but we'll just do it with my legs. All right, I can't even see the steps. Now it is a little drifting, but it is up to my knees. Look. That's a step. So, obviously, we got a lot more snow yesterday. I am walking down my sidewalk, literally past my knees as I walk. I have snow pants on. This is hilarious. Here, I'll show you there's the path from my front porch. Let me see if I can't see it, but maybe you can see how deep this is. So we're in Northeast Ohio, and Thursday night, okay, that was Thanksgiving night. The storm was supposed to start, and one of my friends was taking her dog out. She said,
I love that shot right there because look at it. She's like literally waist deep and just laughing about it. And I told her I was freezing my butt off because it got down to the 50s last night, and it was 70 today. She's like, oh, or I got down to the 40s. She's like, 40, the snow would all melt. We'd have a flood here. But I guess Los was at work, and he told her to check the mail. So just for some reference, she lives Northeast Ohio, and the area she lives in, I guess Heather told me that they call it the snowbank. And so where Heather just got dusted, typically unique, got it waist to shoulder high. You'll see as we go on here when she gets into the road. It's crazy. Watch this. I can't even imagine this where I live.
So we're in Northeast Ohio, and Thursday night, okay, that was Thanksgiving night. The storm was supposed to start, and one of my friends was taking her dog out. She said that we had like about 6 inches by 5 in the morning Friday. I would say when we were up Friday, like 10 a.m., we had about 8 inches, got our driveway plowed, and then it just snowed all day Friday. Snowed more last night, and we have, it is past my knees, so at least 2 feet, at least. This is a pretty tall tree, and the snow is up to there on the tree. I gotta be careful because everything's buried. So like here's a little flagpole thing sticking up next to my driveway. Trees are pretty. Oh my goodness, this is like resistance training, trying to walk through this. Okay, I made it to my driveway. Ooh. Who's in here? Kane! Hi, Kane. Leonardo. Down into the 40s, Kane. I wish it was 40. All this would melt. Weather people say that the storm has pulled back out over the lake. So, which makes sense. That's why blue skies, sun shining. But we are, let's see, I walk to the lake and it is 2 miles for me to get there. So 2 miles from the lake. So, but it's supposed to come back in tonight. Yeah, it's pretty. That's a car. So you can see how deep the snow is. I showed this pool yesterday, so these are probably 4 feet deep pools. I showed pictures on a community page of our backyard. I can't get in there because there's the gate to get in to the backyard. So that's not getting opened anytime soon. But yeah, the snow is like at least 2.5 feet. But all these drifts, you get like super deep. So here's road. I want to see what our road is doing. I showed that tree yesterday, way more snow on it. We did lose power last night. Oh my gosh, I think our road... Can't get out of our driveway though. If I started... Oh, Carlos was wondering about our recycle bin that the garbage department gives you. And
That's
I'm
the
standing
mailbox.
here.
Check the mail, honey.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, I think it's like, I don't know what the temperature is.
I think the snowman's
Probably
under 6 feet of
32,
snow. Check out when she walks in the road up here, though. Watch. Wait. Hold on, this is past it.
Oh, you're 5 miles from the beginning of the mountain on. And we had no mercy.
God, dude. She gets to
Carlos
walk
was
it, and
talking
it's
about
literally
building an
shoulder
igloo
high right up here.
On the side of a road. And he
Hi, nothing half fast.
lived on a little side road, but it was right at a street light that went to a major state route.
It's a winter
And so when
wonderland.
He said they built an igloo, so that him and his neighborhood friends would be in the igloo, and then a car would come by and couldn't make it up the little hill. So they would push the cars up the hill, and then the cars would throw like a buck or something out, out the window. Oh, yay! Same age. Hi, Christy. I had to come back out to show the next day. So I think it's supposed to start again tonight, go till Tuesday morning. Now, you guys know I'm a teacher. We already had Monday off, like a scheduled off. But for us to have school, they would have to get every single side street cleared. Because the buses have to be able to pick up the kids. So I don't know. I don't mind being home.
I'll take the snow day.
Here is a nicely plowed drive, so you can see how high the snow is from getting plowed. I just get
She said she had a bunch of wood. Sorry. And she was going to get a cup of soup and get warmed up there, I hope. So this is one we've been following, you guys. And you're very familiar with this, I know. And this will be very interesting to you now.
All right. Well, folks in Austin, Texas are grappling with the possibility of a serial killer as bodies keep mysteriously turning up in a section of the Colorado River known as Lady Bird Lake. Well, it's the lake, the river feeds into the lake, and frustrations are growing in the Blue City as it struggles with the police shortage and a homicide surge. Fox News contributor Paul Morrow is on. This with us, and you've been on this for quite a time. We've been covering the story here for a while.
Yeah.
You dug deeper.
I totally swamped it.
Okay, because there was all these random explanations for like why people were being found dead in Lady Bird Lake, and it became very odd. Paul, what are you learning now?
So Austin has under 1 million people. New York City has 8.5 million, and comparatively, New York City has nothing like this. When I did a request to the NYPD, it turns out they came back with 0 suspicious drownings in the entire year of 2023. And Austin is up over a dozen. Now, I reached out to the Austin Police Department. They gave me a very anodyne statement saying essentially nothing to see here. We've investigated, nothing suspicious. But the commonality of the quote-unquote victims is troubling. You have over at least a dozen bodies, most of them middle-aged males who were in the bars.
All right, let's go, guys.
There's a strip of bars in and around Austin. It's known to be a place you can go, party, etc. There's the middle-aged males who end up in the lake who are not known to be heavy drinkers. There's no explanation as to why they would be there. There's no implication that they decided to just go swimming in the middle of the night. The bodies are found in the middle of the night. And here's the thing to me that's really interesting. May of this year, a victim named Jeff Jones. Last thing he remembers, according to the reporting, he's in a bar. Next thing he remembers, he has some vague recollection of being on a bridge, and he says he feels like he was pushed off. The only reason he survived is he didn't hit the water. He hit the shore and survived. He was all banged up, but he survived. When they did his blood, he'd been roofied. He'd had the date rape drug in his blood, which was one of the theories you and I discussed.
Yep.
And a lot of people have discussed is, are the autopsies showing if any of these victims have been roofied? Austin PD is very understaffed. I'm sure they're doing what they can, but it's a troubling pattern.
We had a woman back in, and just to give our viewers an example how long we've been covering the story, they probably remember. This was Reagan Aparicio. She joined us on this program in February talking about the mysterious drowning of her partner, John Christopher Hayes, and said this then.
I believe somebody put him at the lake. I don't believe he put himself there. It's just, I mean, I really haven't had any backup as far as City of Austin or Austin Police Department helping in that way. But I know for sure that he was put in that lake and he was killed.
I mean, that is her own account of that. But what we do know is that Texas residents have been expressing major concern over staffing shortages at the police. They voted to defund the police department back in 2020.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Typically unique. Thank you so much. Well, you don't even know what that means because now I can actually touch my money because I don't know if you watched my not Kane Bees the Purge, but they had misplaced $50 of mine, and so I wasn't over I was at 98.08. So thank you for that. But here you go. My brother lives near Austin, and he's always said they have good police there. But like he heard there, they lost funding because of defund the police. And I was saying before, I agree with it in some respects where they try to roll through the drone stuff and the military stuff, and over and over and over. But now it affected the Austin Police Department so badly that they're down to like one officer. Thank you. Too fast. That's very nice. Woke up. Got it. Woke up. 1984. Wake up, little woke up. Right on, bro. They're down to one police officer on Saturdays. What up? Well, hope you're doing good. AR, nice to see you. You're in my brain. I can play the song for you real quick right here. I can't do anything. I woke up and I like tripped over myself, and I was like, "Oh, it's gonna be one of those days." Sorry, AR. So yeah, they're down to like one police, and that I don't agree with. Definitely, police officers do, and I remember, like I said, my brother's always said they have great police there, and I did not get that feeling. Of course, I come from a different, say, viewpoint than my brother. And when I was in downtown Austin, I was talking to some of the musicians there, and even though they have all these statues and stuff at the Austin airport of guitars and music, it's the Music City, they ban busking on the streets. It's very, and so they're from when I talked to some of the musicians, they said that they're really rough on it. They'll arrest you if you're playing guitar in the street. I mean, it's supposed to be Music City, and to get any kind of credentials, you have to work your ass off to get into even a bar. It's not what it used to be. Like Stevie Ray used to play there and all that. Anyway, so this has gotten out of control because, in my opinion, I just wanted to interject this really quick. The Austin Police Department seems to be doing the very same thing as MPD, that they are trying to protect the image of the city so badly that either they're not investigating it or they're denying it. If you heard what he said about the answer that Austin PD gave him about the case, and that's been their stance. But they have, I don't know if they're doing autopsies. Hey, Dan the Man, what's up? I don't know if they're doing autopsies on the other victims, but this one woman's husband was found to have been roofied, which is what we all suspected all along. And they continue to placate the case, and now we're up to 14 bodies of people that were not heavy drinkers. They're not known for being drunks. They're not known for just jumping in the water at a moment's notice and drowning. It's not a thing. So anyway, I'll let it play out.
In February, a single police officer, there was one police officer on duty in one section of the city for a few hours on a Saturday. This is the Austin Police Association president calling attention to the vacancies of their police departments, saying there's a steady decline in public safety that's put the city on the brink of disaster. Holy moly.
Yeah, and they have an activist DA there. Travis County DA, a guy named Jose Garza. He is an avowed member of the Democratic Socialists of America, funded by George Soros. He ticks all of those boxes. His main priority seemed to have been, when he hit office, was to indict police officers. He indicted 21 after the Summer of Love in 2020. 17, at least, were thrown out. Okay, so you can see what his priorities are. And the residents there are now starting to feel this. They are down something like almost 500 cops from what they should be allotted for. And why that matters is this, Sandra. When you lose that level of, they're only supposed to have about 2,200 cops. So you're talking about almost a quarter of the police department has flown the coop to either different departments or have retired. When you lose that level of cops, what happens is you lose the specialized units.
Yes.
So because you have to have response. 911 calls have gone way up, but you lose detectives. You lose the SWAT team, so to speak, crime scene. People that can close the kind of cases you and I are talking about. I think it's time maybe for a state level agency, Texas Rangers or one of those groups, to maybe take a look at this thing.
So this is the second hottest case in the country, next to Idaho 4, in my opinion, and, from my perspective. And I would, like I said, I visited Austin, and I went to Lake Travis, which is close to where my brother lives. And it's a beautiful lake. I think it's a man-made lake. It's huge, though. And people sail and boat and ski but it's not like a swimming lake, and especially after you've been drinking all night, it's nuts. So I'm gonna pay a little closer attention to that now, especially watch another body will pop up, and a lot of people back in Thought Riot days speculated that it was part of the Smiley killers. That is, like with you have Discord and these type of private chat rooms where they might get together and plot these things or figure out when the police are, that kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I keep saying it over and over. If you want to get away with a murder, throw them in the water or drown them or whatever. And it's like all of a sudden the cops just have no idea what happened, even though they were shot or strangled or whatever the heck. And it's crazy. And, we've had 2 bodies pop up here. I played on Not Kane's Bees the Purge. On the Courtney Campbell Causeway, the bridge from Tampa to Clearwater to Tampa. And they're like, oh, they're unrelated. And then we had another causeway one, and the Dunedin Causeway, body pops up there, oh, and they just want to write it off. And I really feel like they're trying to protect the image of the town, which, in my opinion, is already tarnished. But they're running a narrative, y'all, and it's nationwide. So here we go with the next one. Almost there to trivia, guys. I don't know what this could be. What? Oh, Heather! Heather, what did you do? We might as well look. What is this? Some type of medical thing, Heather? This is probably the medical examiner for Latah County. Heather. Wait, I didn't expect that. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know how this gets in here. You really think she's the medical examiner? It's an elected position, so it is possible. She's saying something. I'm not sure what is she saying, I wonder. Japan's a little strange. They're a little different than we are, I think, in Japan. What is she? She's got the nurse. I have a thing for nurse. I told Meg P that I have what is it? The Florence Nightingale syndrome. I've got it bad. But I don't know how this, Heather. I might have to take you out of my YouTube thing. Got too much control now. She just puts these in here. I guess we might as well just let it play out. I don't know. She's a young, nice lady with a nice body, I guess, Heather. Okay, all right. Okay, that's enough. Heather, we're going to have a long talk.
All right, can you say your name? Luna. That was perfect.
I need to tell you something, but you gotta come here so I can whisper it to you.
You look like a potato. Okay, can you say hello? Hello. Good boy. Can you say how are you? Say I love you.
Say hello. Say I'm beautiful. You say good morning.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Lorna.
I love you.
Bailey, are you sad? No.
What I've got you, some traffic light bags, okay? Greenies go. Going out.
All right, can you say your name?
Hello! That dog did not have a British accent. That was great.
Some traffic light bags, okay? Greenies go. Going out.
I was going to bring my keyboard out here so I could make some She's a Soul Child. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. All right, here we go. We're almost there. Chick just crushing it. This is that standing wave over there in Germany. That's it looks like it's probably pretty cold year round, I'm sure, but it looks like a lot of fun. The what is it? The Beefs guys are the. Let me put it in. I love the Beefs guys. They're pretty cool guys, and they got a lot of videos. If you guys want to check them out, it's just more surfing stuff, but they have a lot of stuff. And I keep trying to find it. They have the robot or the RC surfer guy. And this is like triple overhead for him, so it's great. But I can never find that part of the clip. Anyway, I'll shut up.
After this man's daughter told him that a boy walked into the girl's restroom to creep on her and the school did nothing, the father took matters into his own hands.
Every single one of you is cowards. My daughter, right here, sweetheart, tell these people, do you want a little boy to watch you pee?
No.
No. Why?
Because it's inappropriate.
It's inappropriate. My 8-year-old daughter knows it's inappropriate, and yet y'all sit there silent. I tell you what, I want to prove that you're all hypocrites. Because each of you ladies, I want you to invite your husbands. Let's go to the bathroom. I want them to watch me watch you use the bathroom. And let's see if they get mad. Let's prove to the public the hypocrites that sit on this board. If a little boy follows my daughter in that bathroom and touches her, you will have a new brother of dangers. Now stand up and do something. You're so scared of losing federal funding, it's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Like, dude. I can't even imagine. I mean, you would have been so expelled or suspended if you'd walked in, even looked in the girls' bathroom when we were kids. I can only imagine. Yeah, he stood up. The poor daughter, though. Imagine, and they don't do anything about it. Drives me crazy. We're almost there.
Let's go!
I didn't realize there was music on that. Darn it. There goes the chat replay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so yeah, that one. I don't know why he honked again, but I had to personally thrown it through the windshield. Twiz is watching. Let's see what we got here. Oh, this is all right. I'll go to. I'll do like two more, and then we'll go to trivia. This is a further continuation on the South Africa situation. And if you read the title here, it says, South Africa's illegal miners. Minister of Police said rescue could be soon. At last report, they had 4,000 illegal miners trapped in this mine because they might lose $1 million from the blood diamond gold industry in abandoned mines. They're worried about $1.8 million over these people's lives, and it continues to go on, and they refuse to let them out or rescue them or whatever the case. Look at these poor people's faces. I mean, can you imagine having to face that, your loved ones in there, and they're just trying to feed their families? Listen to this.
Gold mine in South Africa are impatient and getting increasingly frustrated. They say the situation is a humanitarian crisis.
What we want to see, we want to see people being saved only.
South Africa's police minister says the government has a plan.
The rescuers are saying they are ready. All we need to do is to say to them, give a signal to them. So we are going to agree with them which day next week they will have to start.
I've had the free version of Grammarly, but upgrading to Grammarly.
They are ready.
Poverty lures South Africans and undocumented migrants to the abandoned mines, looking for gold.
The majority of the people who are coming out, even though there are South Africans, because I don't want to lie, South Africans are involved.
I don't want to lie. Okay, you might be fooled here, because this guy is the same color as the people in the mines, but he is not on their side, and he is not a humanitarian. He is not controlled by the oil companies that have completely destroyed almost every single country in Africa. And
but
it even says, I don't want to lie. You're lying. You're literally, whenever somebody says that, you know they're lying.
The majority, overwhelming majority, are people from outside.
Who cares? Get them out of the mine. They don't have water, medication, food, nothing. They're like a mile down. They're like a mile down. And this guy is dragging his feet on saving them. And but most of them are outsiders. Who cares? There are lives that matter. Does that not matter?
Are we aware of that? And what do we say about that?
He got his answer.
All that you have emphasized again and again and again, they are Zimbabweans, they are Mozambicans. And I may very well ask, what conclusion do you draw from that? Do you draw a conclusion from that they are less human?
Possibly hundreds of miners are still underground.
They sure do.
Community leaders say some of them are being held against their will by armed gangs. People want answers from the police minister. Many of them know miners were still underground. They want to know why the government isn't doing more to help them. They say if the government doesn't send rescuers down the shaft soon, they'll ask the courts to force authorities to act. Harry Mutasa, Al Jazeera, Stilfontein, South Africa.
I don't understand what's going on in the world. These poor people are, they got to be hysterical that their loved ones are trapped in this mine and they're worried about what country they're from. And some of them they're forced to work down there at gunpoint by these gangs. And instead of rescuing them, they're pointing out that it's like arresting Bryan Koberger for driving the wrong car. We were looking for this one, but this one fits better. Or he's from Pennsylvania. He's an outsider. He must have done it. It's worldwide. It's worldwide, and it's if you've been watching, if you've been paying attention, it's all a part of that New World Order, y'all. It's the Freemasons' plan, and they're trying to get everybody on board with it and enact it. And I'm telling you, if you missed my really in-depth documentary that we played about what elected officials and leaders and entertainers are, I might have to play it again because I don't know how many of you saw it, but it's all of them. They do this. They do this is 666. 666. They do this. They put the hidden hand. And they do this. They cover the eye, the right eye, the left eye, whatever. And they do it right in our faces. And so many of them are good people. They don't know getting into it that they are entering. The organization presents itself as a philanthropist. All right, I'll show you get it, but spread the word because this is a very fine example of the inhumanity that leads these countries, our country, their country, your country, and it is an organization built on lies. Okay? Satan is the ultimate liar. The best trick he ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. And they lap it up until they realize that under penalty of death, they are trapped. And they can't get out. And so, anyway, I'll get to trivia right after. Couple more. Hang in there. I have so many.
The hypocrisy here is disgusting. The exact same people that are on the Consalves's Facebook page, giving them hugs and kisses and sending them presents and, oh, I feel so bad for you, are basically telling Xana's mom that she just needs to stop putting her grievances all over the internet because this isn't helping anything. If the Consalvases can be out here all over the internet running amok, then why can't she be out here asking questions too? Because the whole internet, for the most part, is like just consuming the Consalvases in this huge like internet, safety blanket. But the second that Kara comes out and says something, she doesn't have the right to question stuff. So because the Consalvases look prim and proper, they're allowed to do whatever they want to do, but because Kara has a history, she can't. Some people really do need to find that Jesus that they keep preaching about.
I thought that was pretty powerful. Good job, Jules. If somebody put a link for her, I didn't put it in the description. I'm sorry. So okay, I'll end, and we'll go to trivia right after this.
On today's episode, the Tesla bot finds an unlikely new home. Donald Trump will make autonomy great again. Tesla's camera vision gets clearer, and superchargers get a much-needed power-up. Tesla has always been a popular brand among celebrities, influencers, and YouTubers. We saw that really accelerate with the release of the Cybertruck, which was quickly adopted by everyone from Shaq to Justin Bieber to Serena Williams and Lady Gaga, among countless other A-listers, integrating Tesla even deeper into the lifestyles of the rich and famous. And now, Optimus, the Tesla bot, has already taken that one step further, with none other than Kim Kardashian becoming the first customer to take delivery of a Tesla.
So here they are. The robots are here. So much for us hoping that people would reject this. And this is the first generation. This generation of robots will be in the garbage heap a year, 2, 3 from now. And it'll just progress. We got AI building them now, so it'll just get faster and faster. So we're going to let them into our homes. And of course, with Apple, you can't control your phone. They get to see and hear anything they want. And so now, with Siri and with Alexa, they can pretty much be autonomous if they want to be, or be controlled by somebody else. So now you have a physical being that's going to be allowed into your home. And of course, you've always got to keep it online for updates. You got to have those security updates. Oh, you can't. And so it will be able to be controlled by somebody else. And nobody cares. None of us here are rich enough to afford one of these things probably. But, the people that can. And gosh, did you see Justin Bieber? He is not looking good, dude. Wow. But, every single one of these celebrities is one of those. They don't care. They just want the latest and greatest. There's a guy, I played the video in Not Kane Be's The Purge, that bought a banana duct taped to a wall for $6.2 million. And then he ate the banana. So do you think that they care that your groceries are too expensive, or your bills are too high, or your HOA fees have gotten out of control, or gas is too expensive, or that you don't have a home? He's eating a $6.2 million banana that comes with a certificate of authenticity. Yeah. 2 more.
Behavior he exhibited in the weeks before and after the murders, but before he was arrested. Happened on the campus of Washington State University, where he was a PhD student in criminology. Behavior that was so troubling, according to the New York Times, the university launched an investigation into Kohberger of his conduct towards women after getting complaints from female students and his performance as a teaching assistant, ultimately leading to his firing from his paid teaching position in late December, just 11 days before his arrest. All while Moscow police were conducting an investigation of their own.
Does anyone know why a law enforcement vehicle with Montana plates would be involved in the case? I'd be surprised if they had FBI guarding the house, and anyone local would have an Idaho tag. Or is this just security? Either way, I'm surprised to see a Montana license plate.
An investigation of their own into the killings of the 4 students on November 13th. The Times report lays out the timeline of trouble for Kohberger at Washington State beginning on September 23rd, about a month into his first semester there, and this is a month and a half before the killings. According to the school, Kohberger had an altercation with the professor for whom he was a teaching assistant. No details on what it was about.
Okay, this aggravates me. The reason there are no details is because this information never came from the school directly. I hate how he says according to the school because that's bullshit. The school never said that.
For the murders, a professor emailed him about the ways in which he had failed to meet expectations as a TA thus far in the semester. It's previously been reported that students had complained about Kohberger's harsh grading as a TA during the time leading up to the murders. November 2nd, 11 days before, department leaders met with Kohberger to discuss an improvement plan. Then December 9th, nearly 4 weeks after the killings, the school reports Kohberger had another altercation with his professor on December.
Once again, that's bullshit. The school did not report anything like that. It's a shame that mainstream media does not do its due diligence and realize that even if this really did happen, it falls under privacy laws and could not be disclosed anyway.
15th, we have video of Kohberger being stopped by police while on the road with his father, leading to his Pennsylvania home. And at about the same time, school officials met to discuss Kohberger's future as a TA in their end-of-the-year meeting, investigating reports from some women that he made them feel uncomfortable, and in one instance was accused of following a female student to her car.
Why is him following a woman to her car suspicious? But Kaylee had 2 men follow her around a store and to her car, and that was brushed off as them just wanting to pick her up? Ridiculous.
Car. The university apparently wasn't able to prove any wrongdoing, but still, it was all enough for the university to fire him on December 19th, the official termination in a letter, which Ashley Banfield got a hold of. Then December 30th, Kohberger was arrested for the murders of the 4 Idaho students. Joining us now, Mike Baker, Seattle bureau chief for the New York Times, who wrote the article revealing the timeline. Thanks very much for coming on the program. Appreciate it. So do we have a sense at all of what the primary cause was of his firing? Was it the arguments with the teachers, or was it the reports of his conduct with women?
Yeah, right. You had sort of these 2 tracks of problems that were going on. As we understand, the issues with the women they determined was not founded. They couldn't conclude any wrongdoing. So that ended up not being a factor.
Let's listen to that again.
As we understand, the issues with the women they determined was not founded. They couldn't conclude any wrongdoing. So that ended up not being a factor in their decision to fire him. What ended up being the major factor was going through the recent history with him of problems that he had with his professors and other superiors there.
Not getting along with your boss does not make you a murderer. This is propaganda. And in my opinion, statements like this without irrefutable evidence should be illegal. They are not stating this as rumor or opinion. It's being stated as a fact, as if it was reported by WSU.
There, including 2 altercations. We had been told from a couple of sources familiar with what was going on that these were
Every
verbal.
word these puppets use is chosen very carefully. A verbal disagreement is not an altercation. They are sensationalizing these alleged incidents in order to paint a picture of Bryan being a monster. Why can't the prosecution's evidence speak for itself? Why does mainstream media always have to talk shit and twist everything around? It does so much damage and costs this country so much money.
That a lot of this information is only coming out now. Was it tough information to uncover? Can you talk at all about how you were able to get it?
The reason this information did not come out prior to this is because it is gossip and hearsay. This kind of unfounded bullshit is what taints a jury pool.
You were able to get it?
Yeah, it's been tough to get to. The university has not given any indication that this kind of thing was going on behind the scenes. Their statements were essentially that he finished out his semester there in December and they helped law enforcement search his office.
So this guy is saying Bryan was fired, and yet the next thing out of his mouth is that Bryan's office was searched? If he was fired, it would not still be his office, would it? I have never had a job that fired someone while they were out of town and left their office desk undisturbed. They would have either fired him and cleared out his office before he left, or waited until he got back.
at the time of his arrest. And other than that, they haven't discussed it. I mean, their position right now is that federal privacy law essentially prohibits them from talking about the details of his time at WSU.
Exactly. So how did his sources get this information?
Even though, he was a teaching assistant, he was in a position of leading some of these students. And so we're hoping to get more records eventually under that premise that he was effectively working there.
Any other suggestion that there may be other troubling behavior that Kohberger exhibited at the school?
You talked a little bit about it. I mean, there were a lot of concerns among students about the type of grading he was doing, how hard.
This guy needs to find a new job. If all he could dig up was some rumor that Bryan did his job and did not give out good grades unless earned, then that tells me he either sucks at reporting or there was nothing to dig up. Or both. What do you think? Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and like.
Okay, so that was a great video, Jen. That gets people talking. That is very true, and people aren't aware of it. And to expound upon what she was talking about there, I was doing searches for the answers for some of the trivia questions tonight, and all I did in Yahoo was type in Bryan Kohberger, and I just happened to look up to see what the suggestions were. And the first four was a stalker, is a stalker, stalker. And I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, to this day, it remains the highest level of information that the public is aware of with Bryan Kohberger. And it's admittedly BS from the prosecution itself. Jen, would you like to keep score on the phone? Would you like to keep score at home? Would you like to keep score? I don't have a piece of paper ready. I'll have to go find a piece of paper. I don't know that this one has a score. It only lets you keep score for like 3 people unless you pay. Then you don't. But anyway, if you would like to keep score, anyone to volunteer. I want everybody to enjoy and play, but it would be great if Jen would like to call in anyway, if she's still here, and do that. But yeah, I couldn't believe that search thing. So this will be the last thing I play for now.
Is bananas. Crypto entrepreneur and billionaire Justin Sun is fulfilling a promise he made to eat the banana art he paid a whopping $6.2 million for. Yes, you heard that right. This man paid $6.2 million for a simple piece of the fruit duct taped to a wall. And it was done all in the name of art. Jimmy, I can feel you laughing.
Listen, it's a.
Would you eat the banana?
It's a sad commentary on a Democrat-run economy that a banana now goes for $6.2 billion. That is Biden inflation.
Blame my people for everything.
You know who he's eating that banana for, though? It's really for every woman who ever rejected him in his life, because he's saying, I am so rich, I can now buy a banana. I don't even want.
Inflate anything with ease.
So yeah, that's the follow-up to that story. Yeah, Jen, if you want to keep your score on your laptop, it'd be great if you could call in and we could have you on the air, on the line there to do that. It would be great. I will take a look at Heather's thing real quick. Sorry, I promised to do less, but I'm going to do more. Did everyone know that Bryan Kohberger was dragged into Dana Smithers' case in PA because of sleuths on Facebook mass reporting his name to Area LE? It's one thing if you really had a reason to think a person was involved. It's another to push a narrative that is intended to deceive the public and waste taxpayer money. Be that, I think I can think of at least 2 people's names that, if we had their phone records, calls to area law enforcement would be shown. Here's the New York Post article. Stroud Area Regional Police Department press release. The Stroud Area Regional Police Department is aware that many currently reported news articles in which various media outlets have reported connections between the SARPD's Dana Smithers missing person investigation and Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. The SARPD has no evidence that Dana Smithers' disappearance is in any way tied to Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. Pennsylvania went in Pennsylvania went missing May 2022. Nearly a year later, in April, the Stroud area regional police discovered her remains. According to a news release, NBC reported that the cause and manner of Smithers' death was undetermined. Smithers was last seen in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, which is about 15 miles from where Kohberger's parents live. While police are still investigating Smithers' death, they've made it clear, according to the news release, that her disappearance isn't in any way tied to Kohberger. Dana Smithers' sister, Stacey Ann Smithers, said it was clear that Kohberger, 28, was not tied to the 45-year-old's death in an interview to News Nation. Smithers was last seen leaving a friend's Monroe County home on May 28, 2022, Pocono Record reported. Her remains were found off Interstate 80 in Stroudsburg last month. Earlier this week, news broke that Kohberger's parents, Michael and Mary Ann, who are residents of the area, were called to testify before a grand jury on Smithers' case. I didn't know that. Also said on Thursday that Bryan Kohberger, any of the two victims on social media, he will need to provide the court with on Wednesday. Bryan Kohberger did not stalk the 4 University of Idaho students. Okay, that's good. Let's read some of the comments here. They're always good. These people are sick, from Miss Potts. Yes, I knew this, and his parents had to separately testify regarding this case. I'm not sure exactly what they testified to, but they did. Bryan has been cleared of any wrongdoing for any involvement. And then Dinky says it's because he has idolized Ted Bundy since he was 4 months old. Oh, Dinky. Tamara. I love you, Tamara. Welcome in. Hello. All right. Okay, she's going to call in a minute. Sorry, guys. I'm going to keep running a couple more here till Jen's all ready to keep score for us. It is exciting. It's a difficult trivia, but it might be easier for some. There's some true and false, and the rest are multiple choice. So what you'll do is you'll type your answer in the chat. First one to get the correct answer will win. So as simple as that. And they will be 1 point each. There's 20 questions. It should be a lot of fun. So hopefully we'll have a good time. And Jen will get her food and get back to us. I just got a few more to get to here.
The cops knocked on the door.
Cheyenne's mom, Tammy Martorello, arrived after the first deputies and was on the phone with James.
I was trying to tell them, look, he's on the phone. Can you talk to him? He's on the phone. But they weren't listening to what I had to say at all.
Tammy and Cheyenne say the situation quickly escalated. The deputies got into the apartment and 3 of them opened fire, killing James.
They just started shooting him over and over and over and over again.
There was no get down. There was no get your hands up. They just shot.
Cheyenne and Tammy are concerned about how the incident was handled.
In the press release that he barricaded himself inside, and that's not true. He didn't.
They want to say that he had a knife or a gun. That's not true. It was a phone and a bottle of liquor.
The cops knocked on the
This has got to stop with the inventing these narratives. This guy was in there with a bottle of liquor and his phone, and they told the public that he barricaded himself in there with a gun. What does that smell like to you? Smells like Moscow to me.
Erase it now, jackass. Erase it now. That's legal notice. Erase it now. Erase it now, jackass. Erase it now. That's.
I love this guy's got a sign on his hot dog cart saying it's illegal to video him. I wouldn't want to get videoed either if I was in that thing. And apparently he's some kind of police affiliate, at least.
Legal notice. Erase it now.
Like it's a military base. Oh my god. Why does he have the arrow in the front? What is that all about? Look at this arrow. What the fuck? Oh man. Yeah, we gotta fight this. It's like I keep saying, this Kohlberger thing is just a skirmish in the nuclear war that we gotta fight. And with the prosecutions across the country, they get a suspect in custody, and all they care about is the win. The defense the public pretender does not care if you're guilty. So remember that. They don't care if you're innocent or guilty. All they're interested in doing is pushing your case through, hoping you'll take a plea bargain if you're not guilty, and moving on with their day. They want to get that win to the prosecution so we can get his numbers up, and it looks like they're fighting crime. In some areas. In New York and California, they work the other way. I don't know why. But that's how that goes. So anyway, he's got the arrow. I don't know. Ooh. All right.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all...
Nobody cares what ClickUp is, dude. You suck. I finally saw an ad that was watchable today.
Tape in Arizona. Police say the massive fight involved baseball bats, gunfire. 5 people arrested so far, and this is not the first incident for fraternities at Arizona State University. ABC's John Muller joins us now with more on this. Oof.
Yeah. Good morning, Robin. One of the fraternity members remains in intensive care this morning, and police expect more arrests in addition to those 5 people that they already have charged. All this as a university and a city struggle to rein in a problem that is getting out of hand.
A late-night frat party shut down by gunfire. Tempe, Arizona police say a party at the Delta Kappa Epsilon apartment complex came to a violent end Saturday night after 2 non-students were attacked by fraternity members during a fight over a girl. You can see the shoving match captured by security cameras, and in these newly released 911 tapes, you can hear what happened when the party crashers returned with reinforcements.
911, what is your emergency? Somebody came out with a baseball bat and smashed somebody in the face. You need to go here right now.
Then...
What's going on there?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! The ensuing panic sent hundreds of partygoers running for their lives. Luckily, no one was shot. This morning, Tempe police has 3 attackers in custody, but Arizona State University's neighbors say they've had enough.
In 8 months of constant partying, constant underage drinking, the cops may show up, but they never got shut down. The music was always going.
Since the school closed all on-campus Greek housing in 2012, the fraternities and sororities have filled nearby apartment complexes like these. And in that time, neighbors say crime, loud parties, and violence has skyrocketed.
And you've got, 50 kids or more yelling and screaming and throwing bottles and cups and stuff, and, it becomes very threatening.
At the same apartments where this weekend's melee took place, 2 rival fraternities were caught on tape brawling it out last November. In March, 2 female students were hospitalized for burns after police say a partygoer threw a bottle of alcohol into an open fire, causing an explosion.
The bottom line is we're going to respond and we're going to take care of the situation, and we want our residents to know that they live in a safe area.
Arizona state officials say they are working with off-campus fraternities to move them on campus by the fall semester. Delta Kappa Epsilon tells ABC News their members were attacked unprovoked, and there was no fraternity party in the apartment complex the night of the melee.
Notice the narrative there, you guys. They want you to know that even though people are getting pretty much put into comas by frat guys with baseball bats, that you live in a safe town. It's okay.
Nothing to see here.
Oh, Jen's here, by the way, everybody. Welcome Jenn in. Hi, Jenn.
Hi.
How are you? I'm gonna talk softer now because I gotta make you loud. Okay. All right, everybody. All right, you just talk loud because I'm way too loud.
See, you're good.
Let's get started with some trivia. Are you ready to trivia? Woo! All right, let me get a window up here, y'all. And dun 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 Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. All right, Jen's going to keep score for us today. I am Kane B, your marvelous hostess with the mostest. And let's get playing here. Hopefully the music will work. And let's see what happens. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Supposed to be playing music, meow. There. Oh. Kinda. Is there a volume control in this? Alright, if you listen closely, there's music. What do you think, Jen? Alright, here we go. Let's get him started. I have to wait. I have to... Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I see you guys looking. Let me hide that real quick. Because then we'll have some cheaters. Okay, you can't rewind it anyway, suckers. Let me get the link from that real quick. Copy link. Ding, ding, ding. I was going to create a Jeopardy, but I got distracted, to say the least. Let's see here. Okay, and I'll be me, and you be you. Here we go. I'll be Jay. Alright, Jay joined the game. Now, alright. Now I'm waiting for the host to start the game. Here we go. Alright, we can start now. Here we go.
Wait, why can't I? Hold on, I'm trying to find. Go ahead. I'm trying to find where I can, like, Word document or something. I don't know.
Okay, we got 17 seconds. What was Bryan Kohberger's Pennsylvania attorney's name? Matt LeBlanc, Barry Goldwater, Jason Berkowitz, Jason LeBar. It's A, B, C, or D. They go down A, B, C, or D. Sorry, you have more than 17 seconds, but the first one. Sorry. Up. What happened there? Okay, we'll try this again. I knew this would be challenging. Okay, we're gonna try that again. What's up, Jim? Okay, we got okay, so you guys are just typing the answers. That's cool. Alright, so it looks like Jeff H got the first answer correct with LeBar. Correct answer. Alright, good for you, Jeff. Welcome in, buddy. And nice to see you. I'm going to move me to somewhere better, to more greener pastures here. And so, yeah, the game is underway, Jen.
1 point, right?
1 point to Jeff right there, and there'll be 20 questions. So it's anybody's game, my friends. And I don't know why it's not showing the whole. Let me see if I make it bigger. No. Okay. So the answer was Jason LeBar, correct. And on the leaderboard is Jeff H right now. And let's try to play one more time here. And up and up and down. Here we go. Sorry. Okay, this is challenging because I'm challenged. Alright, so there's the first answer. And wow, this is tricky. Okay. So it was Jason LeBar is the correct answer. How do you know it's the correct answer? Oh, maybe as soon as it ticks down. Okay, so that's the first one goes to Jeff. Let me just play this through to see. And there it is. Okay. Alright, there it is. There you have it. And that's the next one. We're on to I don't even know how I go to the next question. Okay, here we go. Jeff H on the leaderboard right now. And we got the next question probably going to pop up, I guess. I can't. What county was LeBar chief public defender in? Was it Latah, Monroe, Mayfair, or Pleasant? Does anybody know what county LeBar was chief public defender in? Let's see who gets that first. I wanted to show the picture. It's got Cookie Monster. All right, Swiffer Fly's got Monroe. Swiffer Fly gets the point. Note that one down, Jen. You're not even seeing my little tasty trivia fun facts.
I can see. I'm just going back and forth.
Okay, Kohberger's family released a statement after their son's arrest. True or false? The Kohberger family released a statement after their son's arrest. Is that true or false? 9 seconds. Here comes the answer. And the answer was true, going to cold or covered, Jen. Cold or covered gets the point on that one. And let's see if we can't... It's not showing my stupid fun facts that I worked so hard on. Great answers, everybody. Cold or covered got that one. Swifferfly right behind her. All right. A man who attended DeSales University in Pennsylvania with Kohberger described him as angry, funny, mellow, or awkward. A man who attended DeSales University in Pennsylvania with Kohberger described him as angry, funny, mellow, or awkward. And I'll hide the window because we're going to run out of time here. See if you know this one, guys. Jeff H. with awkward. All right. Sorry, now you missed my fun facts again. I can pause it. Okay. Darn it. Now I know. All right. At DeSales University, Kohberger took classes under a serial killer expert named Jackie Smith, Stephen King, Catherine Ramsland, or Michelle Bolger. Does anybody know? And I'll pause it here before it gets to the end. Alright, and... Alright, just in time. At DeSales University, Kohberger took classes under a serial killer expert named... We got a lot of Ramslands in there. Ramslands. Let's see what the answer is. And I missed all my fun trivia facts. It's Catherine Ramsland. So that one's going to go to Jeff H. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Swifferfly got that one right before you, Jeff H. Cold or covered right behind. So Swifferfly had that one. Did you get the last one, Jen?
Yeah, it was Jeff, right?
Yep. Well, that one was... Yeah.
No. It's Jeff 2.
Let me see.
Jeff had 2.
This is our fourth. We're on number 4. Okay, you're on top of it. All right, cool, good deal.
Yep.
All right, so Idaho quadruple killer's criminology professor reveals he was a brilliant student and one of the smartest she's ever had, and says she's shocked as shit he's been arrested for murders. So that's my fun fact. Did you have fun?
Shocked as shit.
I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, we'll put a little time here. Tina, put your little dotted line for me so I know where we leave off. I love when she does that. Oh, look at this. I can make a full screen. Who knew? All right, we're going to get on to the next question. Let me make this bigger. Sorry, guys. I'm doing my best here. Jen's really distracting me. Quit distracting me, Jen.
It's all my fault.
It is. It's Heather's and Jen's fault. That's why I have them around so I can blame them for everything. Let's see here.
I'm used to it. It's all right.
Thank you, love Tina. All right, here we go with the next question. Who's at the leaderboard right now? Is it Jeff H?
Jeff H and Superfly are tied.
What is the name of Catherine Ramsland's book about BTK? What is the name of Catherine Ramsland's book about BTK? Sorry, Jen. What is the name of Catherine Ramsland's book about BTK? Is it Bind, Torture, Kill? If I Did It? Love Me, Kill Me? Confessions of a Serial Killer? Bind, Torture, Kill? Confessions of a Serial Killer? If I Did It? Or Love Me Gently? Oops. Alright, that one's going to Translucent with B. Confessions of a Serial Killer. Great answer. But at the same time, he wanted to test me. He continues. He said he wanted me to solve some codes. And he liked working with codes. He began to send me cut-out pages from magazines and newspapers where he would circle things and make odd comments. And that was describing her communications with BTK. Confessions of a Serial Killer, Cold and Covered got it. Let's see here.
Translucent got it.
Right, Translucent won. I'm just saying who got the right answers. Sudi got it. Everybody looking good there. All right. And Latina gave me the line. We're going to go on to the next question, guys. What's our score? It's Jeff H. really pulling out front there, isn't it?
Jeff H. 2, Superfly 2, Cold and Covered 1, Translucent 1.
All right, Translucent on the board. Big Translucent. coming in. Now, here we go. Next question coming up.
King, you really missed your calling.
They can't hear the... Okay, now they can hear the audio. All right, here we go. Thank you. What was BTK's real name? Was it Will Jacobs, Jeffrey Rafferty, Dennis Rader, or Bryan Enton? What is BTK, Bind, Torture, Kill's real name? Is it Will Jacobs, Dennis Rader, Jeffrey Rafferty? I'll pause this here. See if it pauses. Yep. Will Jacobs, Dennis Rader. And that's Love Tina getting in there hot with the Raider answer. Oh, I'm sorry, Swifferfly. My bad. Swifferfly had it. Sorry, Love Tina. Love Tina was right in there. And Colder Covered had it, but it's going to go to Translucent on that one.
So wait. You just said three names at the same time.
Translucent got the answer. Translucent.
I thought you said Love Tina.
I thought she did, but it was Translucent.
Okay. Oh, everyone, just make sure you change your chat settings to live also, King, because if you have it on top chat, it won't show everyone's messages.
Okay. Bryan Enton. Justine put Bryan Enton. I heard you laughing when I said that. Okay, here we go on to the next one. I'm glad you can hear the music now. I was bobbing along to the music and everybody's like, what is he doing? All right, here we go to the next question. And
Dan.
I was like, Kane's crazy. Okay, so once I returned the code to him and said, okay, what's next? He recognized that not that I solved the code, but that I would play the game. And that was with Dennis Rader. All right, here we go on to the next question. We got the leaderboard pretty hot tonight. We might do the last 5 questions double points. So right now we got Jeff H. Well, we'll see. We'll see where we're at. All right, who was the lead singer of the band Queen? Who knows? Is it Freddie Mercury, David Lee Roth, Fred Stoller, Jason Horowitz? Does anybody know who was the lead singer of the band Queen?
Justin Bieber.
It's not Justin Bieber. Oh boy, we got Love Tina coming in hot there with Freddie Mercury.
You technically called her cover because she said the whole name. I don't know how specific you want to be.
Oh, that's okay. It's Love Tina. Come on.
I'm trying to be fair here and impartial.
It's free. Freddie. It's one of the. It's in there in the multiple choice. Before landing on the stage name Freddie Mercury, the singer performed under the moniker Larry Lurix. He later said the name was a personal piss take of Gary Glitter, whom Mercury did not care for. The one single he released under Larry Lurix bombed on the charts. Luckily, Queen's debut album was released a week later. Gary Glitter was later...
Larry, isn't Lurex like a condom brand or something?
Durex is Durex. Close to. But Gary Glitter was later convicted of essaying children. Interesting fact. And I guess Freddie Mercury must have known it way back when. So, all right, what's our score right now, Jen?
I don't know. Wait, who got the last one again?
The last one
Love Tina.
Went to Love Tina. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Jeff H 2, Superfly 2, Cold or Covered 1, Translucent 2, Love Tina 1.
All right, we're trying to keep this rolling for you here, guys. Next question. Here it comes. What was Freddie Mercury's birth name? Does anybody know? Was it Farouk Qureshi, Jason Hewitt, Faraka Balsara, or Andy Taylor? Was it Farouk Qureshi, Jackson Hewitt, Farouk Baralaza, or Andrew Taylor? Who knows the answer to that question? It's a tough question. Farouk Qureshi, Jackson Hewitt, Faraka.
Jackson Hewitt.
Wow, Love Tina coming in hot with Farouk Balsara, which I guess is an Indian name that I'm not familiar with. Here's our fun fact about Freddie. Freddie Mercury had 4 extra teeth. The teeth were in the back of his mouth, which is what pushed his front teeth forward and produced his trademark overbite. He was self-conscious about the way his teeth appeared, but refused to have them fixed, believing altering anything about his mouth could change his vocal performances. All right.
Does everybody have wisdom teeth, though?
He had 4 extra teeth, Jen. All right,
Extra
so
meaning, like, on top of us? Damn.
yeah, it's crazy, right? Love Tina got that one, so give another point. She's up there on the leaderboard. Hope everybody's having a good time. Go on to the next question here.
Thanks for Kane said. I think he's from Egypt. I think that's right. I think it is Egypt.
Okay, I think he's from England, but his parents were Indian.
Yeah, ethnicity, yeah. Or like Morocco or something like that.
Right, India.
Middle Eastern.
He was from India.
Middle Eastern.
India. But he grew up in England.
Actually, here, listen. I Googled right here. Listen, how much would I bet you $1?
Go ahead. $8.
No dollar. Zanzibar.
Where's Zanzibar?
I don't know.
It's in India.
Is it?
As far as you know. All right, next question. Here we go. I don't know.
You just guess.
A Frank's motion is a request for a fair trial. This is true or false? A Frank's motion is a request for a fair trial. Is that true or is that false? Let's see who gets this question. A Frank's motion is a request for a fair trial. Colder covered on the board with the right answer. False. Give that one to Colder covered, please. We had Sudi Vasek get in there with true. Swiffer Fly, translucent with true. Woke up 1984.
Tied right now, 2 points each.
A Frank's motion. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jen. My bad.
I said everybody's got 2 points now. Everyone's it's anyone's game.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. We have 10 more questions to go. Points double from this point on. So we'll get 2 points for every point. And a Frank's motion is the legal document given to the judge that sets forth your request for a hearing and the specific challenges that you have. So a Frank's motion is a legal document given to the judge that sets forth your request for a hearing and the specific challenges that you have. All right. So with Bryan's ramblings in here, I've been missing you, buddy. Good to see you. And we're going to go on to the next question. How are we doing, Jen? Good?
Yes, Tanzania. Sorry. So, African continent, not Indian. FYI.
You just had to be right, didn't you?
I had to. I like to be right.
All right. Love Tina put the line. Here we go. Now I want a pretzel dog. I need a drink. I'm sweating. Tina, you're in the running. I'll tell you. Okay, so these are double the points, you guys. Anybody's game. We got, I think, 9 more questions to go. Here we go with the next question. Here it comes. At arraignment, Kohberger decided to plead not guilty, be a dick, stand silent, plead no contest. How did that go? At the arraignment, Kohberger decided to plead not guilty, be a dick, stand silent, or plead no contest? Who knows the answers to that one? 2 points right here there, Mittens for Kittens. Nobody's out yet. Love Tina can stop sweating. She got the right answer. Stand silent is the correct one. Everybody knew that one. Wow, Bryan's ramblings. Getting in there, everybody. That one's going to go to my girl, Love Tina, with the delicious pies that she sent. And that is a great answer. Love Tina. Let's see what my fun fact is on that one. Did she just pull ahead, Jen?
Yeah, sure did.
Wow. All right, 2 points to Love Tina. Loving that. We got Swiffer Fly standing silent. All the guys in there. And I like how you typed that in there, you bastard. All right. Criminal defense attorney Richard Block told Banfield that it seems really strange if Kohberger is trying to work up an incompetency defense that he stood silent. All right, next question. Here we go, guys. Thank you for playing today. I appreciate everybody being here. These are all worth 2 points. We got 8 more to go. Here's the next question. The Latah County Judicial District is District 2, District 4, really strict, or District 3. The Latah County Judicial District is District 2, District 4, really strict, or District 3. Who knows the answer to that? Oh, Swiffer Fly gets 2 points with District 2. The correct answer. All right, great job, Swiffer Fly. Everybody coming in there real quick after. Love Tina. Looking to take this game away from everybody. The decision to stand silent also raised questions about whether Kohberger was trying to avoid facing the death penalty. All right. What do we got standing on the standings there, Stander?
Standing on the standings. Jeff H2, Swiffer Fly 4, Cold or Covered 2, Translucent 2, Leftina 4.
We have
Jeff H and Leftina tied.
Okay.
Leftina and Swiffer Fly tied. I'm sorry.
With 4, really? Okay. We have 7 more questions to go. Anybody's game at this point. It's a very low-scoring game so far. Let's get on to the next question. Here it comes. Judge John Judge recently retired. True or false? Judge John Judge recently retired. Is that true or false? Who'll get that one first? Love Tina getting smackers in there with true. That is correct. Very good answer, Tina. Love Tina. And that'll go to her. Translucent right behind. And Mittens for Kittens and Cold are covered. All you got to put is the T, I guess, on that. But, oh, we missed my... Darn it, we missed my thing, Jen. I guess we're going to have to get over it. All right.
It's all my fault.
So who did that go to? That went to Love Tina. She just pulled ahead of everybody with 6. We've got 6 more questions to go. Anybody's game at this point. Try to make Love Tina sweat because I love it. All right, here comes the next question, you guys. I feel like Richard Dawson. Kane B lives in Florida, a fantasy world, San Diego, or North Carolina. Where does Kane B live?
Pullman, Washington.
That's only when I stay with Twiz. I like writing the questions. I like being Swiffer Fly knows where I live. She tracked me down. Swiffer Fly gets the answer on that. 2 big points to her. And we'll keep rolling here. Toes is here. What's up, my friend? Toes in the house. Disneyland. Great answer. There was no fun fact on Kane B. Sorry. My mom's 93 years old. There you go. All right, here comes the next question, guys. What's our score so far, Jen? I've lost track. Mouse is here.
Jeff H2, Colder Cover 2, Translucent 2, Swiffer Fly 6, Love Tina 6.
Swiffer Fly and Love Tina are tied up. It's a cat fight for the ages. All right, Tina's put her periods up. Let's get to the next question. Something fell. My neighbors are throwing stuff at me. Here comes the question. How many Elantras did police initially say they had to investigate? 1, 22,000, 400,000, or Kane B's? How many Elantras did the police initially say they had to investigate? Was it 1, 22,000, 400,000, or mine? Who's going to get that one? Colder Covered gets herself back into the game with 22,000 is the correct answer. Seems like everybody knew that one. Jeff was right there. Dan the Man got in there. And let's see what my fun fact is. Around 4 a.m. on November 13th, a masked man broke into a house about a mile from the U of I campus and stabbed 4 students. Then he walked past a stunned surviving roommate and left. By the time police arrived, Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana were unalived. Early on in the investigation, Moscow Police Department became interested in a white Hyundai Elantra that surveillance footage had captured near the house that morning. Police compiled a list of white Hyundai Elantras spanning from 2011 to 2016 that they used to track Kohberger down. That part's not in there, but it was in there. All right, who did that one go to, Jen?
Colder Covered.
Colder Covered. What's her score now?
You think it was before, so 2, plus 2.
That's her first 2?
Jeff H2, Superfly 6, Colder Covered 4, Transition 2, Latino 6.
So Colder Covered within striking distance. We have 4 questions left. The next 4 questions will be worth 4 big points apiece. Alrighty, Jen?
Okay.
Can you live with it?
Yep.
We'll fight off camera. I forgot to pick up the kids today, too. I'm sorry. They're still at school. Alright, Love Tina, drop your periods for me. She's so nervous now. She wants to hold that lead and see or the tide with the lead here. Alright, so these are going to be 4 big points each, guys. Here we go with the next question. Thank you for playing today. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for keeping score, Jen. It's very nice of you. And eventually we'll get to it. Alright, last 4 questions. Here we go. University officials decided to tear down the house during winter break to try to decrease further impact on the students who live in that area, to make money, to build a memorial garden, or to destroy the evidence. Which one is it? Is it to decrease further impact on the students who live in that area, to make money, to build a memorial garden, or to destroy the evidence? University officials decided to tear down the house during the winter break for some reason. What's the answer to that? And Colder Cover gets it with A. Oh, wow. Colder Cover, 4 big points right there. That's going to mean a lot. That puts her in a tie, I believe. And let's get our little fact of the day. Kaylee Gonzalez's family was firmly against knocking down the house, saying doing so would destroy one of the most critical pieces of evidence in the case before a trial date was even set. Isn't that interesting, Jen? So we have a 3-way tie going on, am I correct?
No, Colder Cover is winning now, actually.
Oh, she pulled ahead with that.
Yeah.
All right, you want to run down the You want to run down the scores for me real quick?
Really, you can make me do it every question after every question. Jeff H2, Superfly 6, Colder Covered 8, Translucent 2, Latina 6.
I didn't say this was an easy job, Jen. And I want more scoop.
The union, you know.
I want more scoops. I need more scoops, Scooter. All right, here we go with the next question, guys. Thank you for everybody for playing. I appreciate it. If you're new to the Purge, don't be afraid. Come on in, subscribe, and do all the things for me. I appreciate it. We'll get all this fun stuff out there on the internet for everybody else. Here we go with the next question. What question did Bryan Kohberger allegedly ask after being arrested? Was it, can I feel your tits? Can I speak to my lawyer? Have they arrested my mom? Have they arrested anyone else? Who knows the answer to that question? What question did Bryan Kohberger ask after being arrested? Does anybody know? Was it, can I feel your tits? Can I speak to my lawyer? Have you arrested my mom? Have they arrested anyone else? Translucent! Translucent, with these are 6 points apiece, Jen.
Okay.
So Translucent gets 6 points on the board. Could be the champion again. Is anybody going to take down Translucent? She and Toes are some fierce competitors. Brian's ramblings like to add that allegedly in there for me. Let's see what my fun fact was on this one here. What question did Bryan ask after being arrested? I liked, can I feel your tits? But the university added, after the trial was delayed earlier this fall, both prosecution and defense asked for access to the house and have both gone into the house in the last 2 months. Neither has asked for the house to be retained. All right, so what did we get? 6 points to Translucent there, right, Jen?
Translucent and Golden Cover both have 8. Superfly Latino both have 6. Jeff H is last with 2. Womp, womp, womp.
We got 3 questions remaining. Anybody's games at 6 points apiece, guys. This is getting real tough here. These are not easy questions. Get ready for the next question here, Jen. Are you ready?
All right. Yeah, I'm going to go, listen, after this is done, after the last question, I'm going to go pick up my food and then I'll come back, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Here comes the question. 3 more. Nick Reed's son's name is Billy, Swiffy, James, or Timmy? What is Nick Reed's son's name? Is it Billy, Swiffy, James, or Timmy? Who knows the answer to that? Who's going to be first? Is it Billy, Swiffy, James? Turning over every stone gets 6 points. Give it to him, Jen. All right, the correct answer was Timmy Reed. That's right. Timmy. All right, let's get... The student, Timmy Reed, sustained a black eye, a fractured nose, and a concussion from being knocked unconscious after his head hit asphalt. His attorney, Tim Grassback, who won't get back to me, previously told the Spokesman Review, no football players suspected in the beating have been publicly identified. They won't even identify them. All right, so that one went to Toes. Toes is on the board with 6 big points. We got 2 more questions remaining, everybody, and that'll give you 12 points. So you could anybody's game.
Anybody's game.
Right up to now. Here we go with the next question. Moving on, Jen. Let's just move on, okay?
All right, fine. Why don't you move on?
Fine. Whatever. Here comes the next question. According to a recent poll, Scott Green is allegedly a greedy corksucker, a farting icicle hole, has been subpoenaed, or all of the above. According to a recent poll, Scott Green is allegedly a greedy corksucker, a farting icicle hole, has been suspended, or all of the above. Who knows the answer to that question? First one to get it gets it. That's 6 big points. Come on. Toes can't be stopped, pedo. All of the above was the correct answer there. Let's get our fun facts. The subpoena demands Green turn over his records like documents discussing other bidders for Phoenix University by close of business Friday. Labrador, the Senators' legal team, has also ordered Green or a university official of his choosing to appear at an October 24th deposition. That date is passed. I don't know what happened there, but the answer was D. And that went to Toes. Wow. I told you Toes came to play. He had 2 hands tied behind his back the whole time. Here we go with the next question. You ready, Jen? This is fun. I like this game. All right. Scott Green's first name is Julian, Scott, Jason, or Coomer. Who knows the answer to that? Is it Julian, Scott, Jason, or Coomer? Toes again. 6 big points to Toes on that one. Wow, he cannot be stopped. That's a great job, man. And he's typing with his toes. Maury put cum. Oh, man, that's so funny. All right, University. Oh, gosh, darn it. Oh, that was the last one. So who took that away? Toes! 111 with a big win again. My gosh, you guys, Translucent and Toes are making y'all. Are you gonna get your food, hun? I will hold it down. Don't miss the next section. Try to get back as quickly a toe typer. Congratulations to Toes. Fantastic job, brother. We are going to continue on with the show. Thank you for playing. We got Hangman coming up in a little bit. Did you hear me, Jen? I got the Hangman coming on.
Okay.
Do you want to say something off the air?
No. Okay.
I thought you might want to whisper sweet nothings in my ear, but I guess that's just a fantasy. Okay, so all right, we'll check you in a little bit. When Jen gets back, we'll do the Hangman game. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you for doing that, Jen. Appreciate it. All right, here we go. BRB. Enjoy your food. Take your time. Okay. Peace out. That was a lot of fun, and I think you'll like the. This was Jen's idea. They were doing it in their Discord chat, and so I finally searched around for a couple days. Actually, I couldn't find one where you could make your own thing on the line without it being some rigmarole. But I finally, right at the last minute, I found one. So I made 2 of them, and I didn't know how long they would take. Burritos. I don't want to eat burritos. I don't want to fix a car. Anyway, okay, I can't sing. I admit it. Let's finish up Saturday. We watched Jen's. Yep. Okay, and then let's finish up Saturday. Let's see where we were on Saturday. Did I already play this one? I think I did.
Who are you with, please? KCTV. Okay, I need to know that you're with a legitimate company. Okay.
I'm here with Sandra Bullock.
Where am I looking? Right here?
Yes.
Right.
I'm here with Sandra Bullock. How did you become such a good actress?
Lying. I lie really. The thing that your parents tell you not to do, I did anyway, and I just do it really well.
What's up with all the chick flicks?
I'm a chick. What's up with all the dude flicks? What's up with all the kids' movies? See? That was a good one, huh?
Can your husband build me a motorcycle?
Jess? This young man right here wants to know if you can, he's with KCET, wants to know if you can build him a motorcycle.
Yeah.
You gotta say not to your 18.
No, you can build it now.
Oh, see, don't listen to him. Ignore the man. Ignore him. No, you cannot. You can build you a bicycle with some nice pinstriping, but you cannot have a motorcycle till you're 18.
I thought that was too cute right there. No, Ray's in the house all the way from across the continent or across the world. Welcome in, Tanel Ray and Tamara. I love ya. It doesn't matter how I say it. It's whether I love you or not, right? Congratulations again to Toes on the big win there. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for being in here. Yeah, that was really cute. And then, let's see. This is still Saturday. What do we got going on? This was a post from Miss Potts here. And let me blow it up here so we can read. I thought it was pretty interesting. And, how can you kick in the door waving the 44 without a valid warrant or criminal complaint signed by a judge in PA? I hope Bryan's parents sue under Bivens and file a federal tort claim against these agents who destroyed the parents' home and held them at gunpoint. With no valid warrant or criminal complaint signed by a judge in PA, it appears they had no valid court order to break into the home, nor a signed criminal complaint from PA until 4 a.m., hours after the home was destroyed, and family were already zip-tied with guns to their faces. Webster Bivens v. 6 unnamed agents of the federal government federal tort claim. There are remedies for when the government violates your rights. On December 30th, 2022 at 1:14 a.m., Pennsylvania SWAT raided Mr. Koberger's parents' home. During the raid, law enforcement broke the front door down, shattered the sliding glass door of the basement, held the entire family at gunpoint, and seized Mr. Koberger. At 4 a.m., Pennsylvania State Police filed a criminal complaint against Koberger. Let's see what Dinky IMO has to say. I really, really do hope they have a good lawyer, given how though AT&T I'm sure they will have hooked them up. And Little Har Oak, it extends beyond that. If Bryan's parents' home is truly in a gated community, which I do believe it is, the warrant has to include granting access to within the gated community. So either they serve the warrant to whoever runs the community, granting access, or they blatantly disregarded that as well. Pretty good comments there. All right, let me see what, if I go backwards, what happens. What was this one? All right, yeah, we've seen those. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. On to the next one.
Meow, meow, meow. Nathan, no. You are teaching her bad habits. Sorry, no, give me her. You're a terrible parent. How dare you? Nathan, no, Galaxy! Meow, meow, meow. Nathan, no. You are teaching her bad habits. No, give me her. You're a terrible parent. How dare you? Nathan, no, Galaxy! Meow, meow, meow. Nathan, no. You are teaching her bad habits. No, give me her. You're a terrible parent. How dare you? Nathan, no, Galaxy! Meow, meow, meow.
Meow, meow, meow. They have a lot of funny videos going. They're going pretty viral. Okay. So this is Heather Fitzgerald. Imagine Ellie raids your home, the home you were in, while holding those inside at gunpoint. Hold on. After all occupants' hands are zip-tied. Ellie is there for one person. After being removed from the home and transferred to the local police station, ask yourselves, would you not ask if anyone else was arrested? As in, anyone else inside the same house arrested? Was he asking if Ellie arrested his family members? I know I definitely would ask where my family was. Would you? And from what I understand, the question came about in small talk with one of the agents on the plane. The snakes on the plane. You got MRF and snakes on an MRF and plane. Yo. Thank you for that very insightful look, Heather. Appreciate that.
A man who legally beat the system before Black Friday has gone viral for not spending a dime.
I remember looking in the mail going, this has to be a mistake.
While most people stand in line to save a few bucks, he found a way to take back savings on something we all have.
I said, Debbie, she's my wife, look what they did for our car.
That's right. All Americans who have had no recent accidents in the last 3 years will get the deal of a lifetime. A Black Friday deal buster.
Sorry about that. I clicked on a commercial by accident. All right. So to Ms. Potts. Weirdly, the YT algorithm keeps producing LE and or other officials caught in bad acts, as we've already seen. When there's so many that swear people with such job titles can do no wrong. I wonder where YouTube gets all these situations from. ChatBT, fake news, AI. So here's the story.
Tonight at 11, the judge says this police officer used his badge to groom and harm a teenage girl. And now the former JSO detective has been sentenced to spend the next 24 years in federal prison. The judge said the circumstances of the case were egregious, and Josue Garriga knew exactly what he was doing.
Because of Garriga's high-profile reputation as a former Jacksonville police officer, he may not be able to enter just any federal prison. News for Jax reporter Eric Abenye joining us live from the federal courthouse downtown to explain. Eric.
Tonight at 11, the judge says this police officer used his badge to groom and harm a teenage girl. And now the former JSO detective has been sentenced to spend the next 24 years in federal prison. The judge said the circumstances of the case were egregious, and Josue Garriga knew exactly what he was doing.
Because of Garriga's high-profile reputation as a former Jacksonville police officer, he may not be able to enter just any federal prison. News for Jax reporter Eric Abenye joining us live from the federal courthouse downtown to explain. Eric.
Well, Joy, long before Garriga was known as a cop who sexually exploited and abused a teenage girl, he was involved in a high-profile, deadly police shooting and a high-profile case involving alleged police brutality. So sending him to a prison where inmates may not recognize him as a former cop could prove difficult. Former Jacksonville police officer Josue Garriga is now a convicted felon and sex offender who is headed to federal prison to serve a 24-year stint behind bars. But his attorney, Alan Ceballos, has questions about which federal prison in Florida his client can safely be housed in, given the fact that he used to be a cop.
Other law enforcement officers we've been exposed to great peril, even in the Bureau of Prisons, and we're hoping to navigate that so he can be as safe as possible.
Retired JSO Director of Investigations and Homeland Security turned News4JAX crime and safety analyst Tom Hackney says Garriga is unlike most other former police officers who have been sentenced to prison.
He's got a reputation a little bit that's going to really follow him wherever he goes. It's not going to be something that's going to be easy to place him in the Florida State Prison or wherever federally they choose to do that. The only thing that might happen is, based on where he is and the recognition that he might have, being federal, they have some other options that they could move him a little bit for his safety. And
these could be like out-of-state options?
Yeah, those could be out-of-state options. Again, any of the federal prisons are options, especially in light of the consideration of just what you talked about, the fact that he's been on TV, the fact that the cases that he's been on TV for are very publicized and not in a very good light.
In 2019, Garriga was at the center of a state attorney investigation after he shot and killed 22-year-old Jamie Johnson during a traffic stop. Although the shooting was ruled justifiable, Johnson's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the city, and the city settled the case for $200,000. In September of last year, Garriga was named as one of the officers who played a role in the alleged police beating of Lakeem Woods. Garriga was named in the lawsuit alleging excessive force. Now, the judge could have sentenced Garriga to the mandatory minimum sentence of only 10 years, but she said he knew what he was doing when he groomed a 17-year-old girl to the point where she attempted suicide. Reporting live from outside the federal courthouse in downtown Jacksonville, Eric Channel 4, the local.
Thank you very much for that, Heather. That was another great story, and it is a great point. What is going to happen to all of these officers that are being taken down for their crimes and their lies? I'm all for building a separate jail for them. Let's do it. I mean, it's privatized. Why not? If they're making money off it, let them make money off it. Whatever. And with the number that we have, it seems like they're going to have to. And if you're a police officer, then make it a federal case. Send them to a federal private prison. And they can deal with each other in there, and they don't have to worry about whatever. But in a lot of these cases, they find a way to get it out of the public's eye, change the narrative or whatever, and they end up getting off or just fired, which is not really a punishment at all. I mean, yeah, you can't feed your family anymore, and you got a bad reputation to get hired somewhere else, but you're definitely not being punished in the way a regular criminal would be. So make sure you join us on Tuesday for another Purge. We'll be back on Tuesday. I might do one tomorrow. I have a lot of stuff. I don't know if I'll get to all of it. Make sure that you don't tune away, because I have the Panda coming, and it's going to blow your mind. And it did in Not Kane's, and it's going to do it here. I promise you that. What you didn't know about the Panda. All right, we're waiting for Jenn to come back from her din. So we're going to play something from Audrey C's DNA podcast. If you guys don't mind, I would love it if you went ahead and subscribed to her when you get the chance, or do it now. And we'll still be here when you get back, or just open another window. She has a dismal number of followers right now, and I think she deserves more. She's doing some great work. So this was a Heather-esque video that I felt she did with very good job with. Let's check it out. I can't play the music, unfortunately, so maybe I'll just let you enjoy some Kane. I'm playing terrible. I'm out of it today. I won't deny it. I won't deny it. can't play. I can't even play a note because I'm self-conscious because Jeff H is here. Everything's out of tune. It's because of the weather change. It's so freezing here. The basic facts Payne used to support the search are described in a separately filed motion to Franks versus Delaware, 438 U.S. 154. The facts and issues are, without repeating them, the basic facts Payne used to support the searches are described as a separately filed motion pursuant to Franks. The facts are and issues are incorporated herein without repeating them. Basic facts Mowry used to support the search warrant were those used to arrest Mr. Koberger and are the subject of a Franks motion. Additional facts related to the cell phone data are as follows. The phone was seized when Mr. Koberger's house in Pennsylvania was desecrated. The affidavit for the warrant signed, however, most of the information in that warrant was cut and pasted from an affidavit originally bearing the signature of MPD Blaker, but according to Mowry, now the sworn statement of Colonel Payne. So it was copy and pasted, and Colonel Payne didn't know anything about it in the hearing because he had nothing to do with it. Data on the phone had already been extracted by the FBI. The search warrant for Mr. Koberger's family home is also the subject of a motion to suppress. If the search of the house is suppressed, that will be an additional ground to suppress the phone. Chickbait, hey. Whose birthday is it? In this case, law enforcement either initially or recklessly omitted exculpatory evidence as to almost every facet of its affidavit for this warrant. Thus, it will require suppression to the proffer required for a Franks hearing is filed contemporaneously under seal. The proffer asserted applies here. In addition to the proffer, the Amazon search warrant did not explain to the magistrate that the federal agents had been talking to Amazon. How they gathered information for the affidavit, Mowry intentionally failed to disclose the illegal means by which investigators had located the Amazon information. Perhaps recognizing the subpoenaing of Mr. Koberger's records was a violation of the Idaho Constitution, Mowry of the Moscow Police Department requested a warrant for the same information, telling the court that an unnamed FBI special agent had located requested information. The warrant was amended due to a date error immediately after. The defense's position to show lead detective Brett Payne, with disregard for the truth, got a magistrate to sign a document for the probable cause when there was not grounds for probable cause. Reckless. So bottom line, it will be very telling whether Judge Hippler decides to go ahead and ignore this Franks motion. If he is part of the network that we have alleged that he definitely is a part of, in my opinion, allegedly, called the Freemasons. who all upper leaders and elected officials are members of, including entertainers. Believe it or not. Alright, here we go. Whew. A lot of talking. Alright, we played this on Not Kane Be's The Purge, and I couldn't not play it here. The only thing I could say about that was it's a shame because that puppy's going to outgrow that little carriage they built and pinstriped and painted. How cute is that? Maybe they can make the hole bigger. I don't know. I don't know how much longer he can. Anyway, Kane, just move on with the show. All right, here we go to the next one. It's because you haven't subscribed yet. Nothing, or Chick Bay. So these are the pandas. They look so cute and cuddly, don't they? They eat bamboo, supposedly, allegedly. Yeah, cute, huh? What do you see? So that's them in South Korea seeing snow for the first time. And sure, they look cute, but are they? We'll see. Alright, here cops to the rescue. These off-duty officers helped stop this guy, and you might have missed it in the beginning there, I'll play it again, that was stabbing somebody. And there's a couple key moments. Here they run in to help the guy. Now he's going to stab everybody. He takes a swipe, and then he's just like, oh no! They subdue him pretty quickly, but check this out. Right here, he is about to take this guy out with no mercy, right? Look at him swinging the knife. And then he sees everybody rushing at him. And kudos to this guy who got this video. Look at him. Pretty classic stuff. Alright. Let's get on with it.
You know for a fact this man is under the influence of something. Hey, if I held my finger up and told you to follow my finger, could you do it? What's wrong with you? Famous? You're high as shit, dude.
So I understand.
Officer Shepard, what?
2075.
2075. You know for a fact this man is under the influence of something.
Seems like he was going to sit and ignore it. That's a kind of a tough one to ignore. They got each other's back, which in most cases is good.
The documents were in place. Buford, you listening? Now get this. That's when the subcommittee had to reallocate the funds, and then the documents were in place. Buford, you listening? Now get this. That's when the subcommittee had to reallocate the funds, and then
That's so one of us trying to tell people about the Idaho 4 case that don't care about it, don't want anything to do with it.
Documents were in place. Buford, you listening? Now get this.
Some unsuspecting victim at a party. Let me tell you about true crime. Alright, we got Hangman coming up when Jenn comes back here, folks. Let's see what this is here. Whoops. Oh, this was, okay. Yeah, this is, hopefully it'll play here in a second. I could read it, though, if not. I know you don't want to hear my voice anymore, so. Okay, so that's a different story. A South Carolina mayor, where's the headline? South Carolina mayor dies in a crash while being pursued by deputy just hours after his police force quit, or days after his police force quit. A South Carolina mayor died in a head-on vehicle crash while being pursued by law enforcement just days after his own town's entire police department quit, coroner said. McCole Mayor George Garner II, 49, was killed Tuesday afternoon when the vehicle he was driving collided head-on with a truck in Mechanicsville, according to Darlington Coroner report. When the incident occurred, Mr. Garner was being pursued by a Marlborough County deputy. The pursuit was not related to any laws being broken. The pursuit was taking place in an effort to protect the well-being of Mr. Gardner. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division spokesman Renee Wunderlich told that the agency had an active and ongoing investigation linked to Garner, but could not provide further details. SLED did not immediately respond Saturday to requests. There's the guy. The young fella. Yeah, so for months I have endured unwarranted and malicious behavior aimed at undermining my integrity and leadership, Hale continued in the post. These actions have not only affected me personally, but have also created a toxic atmosphere that has hindered the department's ability to function effectively. Despite our efforts to address these issues professionally and through appropriate channels, the harassment and hostility have persisted. So that was the chief of police trying to explain what was going on between him and the mayor. So there was obviously some kind of issue. Real wild, wacky stuff happening around town, I tell you.
Merriam-Webster announced that its word of the year is gaslighting. Gaslighting, if you don't know, is a word my ex made up to magically win arguments that she was losing. Merriam-Webster announced that its word of the year is gaslighting. Gaslighting, if you don't know, is a word my ex made up to magically win arguments that she was losing.
On Not Kane B, I played some of his comedy, and he's really funny. So I put this in here just because it was so odd, and there's a follow-up story I put in the Sunday Post. But this guy fell off the boat, and the propeller tore off his arm. It turned out. I'll play the audio here, or not, but yeah, so it was in Dunedin where I was saying that another body had washed up earlier on the causeway in Dunedin. There is two people that fell off of a boat when I think they just took a bank to hard right turn. And the 66-year-old man died after getting caught in the boat's propeller while submerged underwater. The other guy was okay. So there's the visual of that. The other man who made it back onto the boat safely flagged down nearby boaters. So it must have just been the two of them on the boat. And yeah, the further report just said that it took off his arm, and I guess he didn't have time to make it, unfortunately, to the hospital. So that's a sad story that happened here. This is in Australia, and I did a big build-up on it last time, but this is called Skeleton Bay, and I guess it's in the southeastern portion of Australia, and it almost appears to be breaking below sea level. But if you look in the background here, you see that it's desert, which is, I'm assuming, is the outback. And so these guys have these vehicles that they must have traveled a long distance to. I don't know if they spend the night there. But check out how awesome this wave is. It's as perfect. This is what you would definitely define as slotted. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that, y'all. And look how it very much is breaking right on the shore. So it's a shore break wave that is, it's a sandbar that is just formed perfectly to make this perfect wave. And I mean, that's just, even if you don't surf, you got to admit that's pretty beautiful right there. So here's another one of the cuties here, supposedly. And there is a red panda army forming now. If you have not heard, unfortunately, they had music here, but these little rascals are really causing a ruckus. They may look cute to you now, but wait till you see what I'm going to show you in a minute.
Mr. Chief, face the camera.
Sorry. I love that. Okay, so I'll just play a brief snippet. I played this on Not Kane B's The Purge, and this is a Cook County elected official, and she was pulled over for suspicion of DUI, and she refuses to get out of the vehicle.
She knows you. She said you texted her.
She's my friend.
Okay, so exit the vehicle.
No, I'm not leaving the vehicle.
Ma'am, if you don't exit the vehicle, I'm going to help you to exit. And you don't want that.
You don't want that.
I'm
an elected official.
I actually do. Elected official of what?
Cook County.
Cook County. You elected which office? What's your name?
I'm Sam.
Sam who?
Hey, Sarge, is it okay for her friend tells her to walk out, to step out?
No, she's saying she's an elected official of Cook County.
I don't want to
Okay?
be on the video.
Oh, you are?
So I think that's enough of that. You get the idea. They eventually get her out of the vehicle. She wanted to talk to her lawyer before she got out of the car. Told you my internet's acting pretty wonky. Sorry.
My dad thinks everything is a conspiracy. He's like, yeah, I read on the internet some aliens crashed in Minnesota. Only one survived. Now they're trying to communicate with it. Find out their secrets, what they want, why they're here. I said, Dad, some aliens, they're Somalians.
Anyway, sorry. Tough crowd tonight. Tough crowd. I feel like something's leaking in my bathroom. All right, hold on. This is insane. Maybe I have too many windows open. Who knows? It's probably the trivia. Probably Heather's fault. Let me play this.
Psychic medium.
You're a psychic medium? Hold on. I'll handle this. Can you tell me something? Like, just anything. Something that you can't sit the f*** out here. This redneck, I better pull up my britches for this. Does that help you hear better? Can you tell me anything about me without guessing? And don't do that where you're just like, there's someone in your Can you tell me anything specific?
I'm not a performer.
Let's show people that it's not fake.
So why do you think you were attracted to me?
What's that?
Why do you think you were attracted?
So I didn't ask for a question? How about this? You don't have to do it about me. Take a look at him. She's gonna be like, he voted for Trump.
Too funny. All right, I'll try to get it together on the audio here. Okay. What do we got here? It drives me. I was doing it. Okay, this is from Podcast with Peterson, and I'm gonna scroll ahead on you because it's very informative. And please sub up to her. She is also very, very dry to subscribers right now. And it's a shame because she has a great show. She does great work. But this is how you can contact or leave funds for Mr. Kohlberger in jail if you want to send him commissary, that type of thing. And I'll put this on fast forward, and I'll put the thing there. Let's go with this. And I'm going to skip ahead to where she starts talking about.
First thing is obviously the mail issue. So a couple things I want to say. You need to put your return information on that envelope. Okay? If your return information is not on that envelope, they kick it. This is, stuff that's scanned into the system, and Bryan will get it on his tablet. But it has to be, they're very strict about what you can talk about, what gets kicked. I mean, even down to how you need to address this. So basically, here it is right here. But you need to put Bryan's full name, which is Bryan Christopher Kohlberger. You also need to do his ID number, okay? And how you find that out is here. You go and you click on that right there. It's saved info, okay? So we go in there, and there he is. So there's his information. That's the number that you need. If you send him books, magazines, or newspapers you can't send them per se. Like you can't go and buy them and send them. It has to be through, and it explains that. It has to be through like the retailer. But anything that you send him has to have this on it, okay? Just remember that. It's got to have his full name and that. So I'm going to click out of that. And then it does talk about what can't be in there, right? And if you do want to send him such as like, books, magazines, things like that, it explains that here. The inmates are prohibited from subscribing or ordering merchandise, but they can receive newspapers, magazines, and books from you, but it has to be directly from the publisher of the bookstore. And if that's the case, don't use this. You have to use this. It's the same thing. Inmate's name, the number, and have them sent to there, okay? Don't care about the phone calls because he's not getting them from me and I'm not getting them from him. So, okay, but it talks about the money in the commissary right here. If I were you, stay away from this place. It's highway robbery. Also, I'm very particular about like what I would say. I don't know his likes, dislikes, what he eats, So I'd rather just give him money and let him make that decision on his own. But this talks about it. Everything right there, right? And but if you want to put money into his account, you can click this right here. Okay, and it sends you to this. Don't even worry about that. Just go up to this deposit. Hit that. This right here tells you what you can do. You can do it online, by phone, at the facility, or the mobile app. Okay, so I hate talking on the phone, so that's a big X. I don't live anywhere near there. That's a big X. And the mobile app, maybe in the future, but for right now, I'm using the online source. So I'm just going to go up here. You can click that, but I'm just going to click it up here. And then it tells you this, right? I have an account already logged in, but we're not going there. But just say, for instance, you just don't want to do that. You can just go click on guest. And then it's got of course, he's in the United States, he's in Idaho, and he's in Idaho. So we're going to push continue. And you can do whatever. So this I don't mess with because it doesn't pertain to me. So if I do anything, it's always an inmate account or trust commissary. I have done both. So we go here, right? And you can do the same thing, right? You do like that, just CO, and it brings up. So there's Bryan. Click on Bryan, right? And so you can do this. You can do 25, 50, 75, or other. You can do whatever you want. I usually do like 50 to 100 in each account. So say for instance, I'm doing 100, so we do 100, he gets 2 voicemails. Okay, so hopefully, I usually just round stuff up, So in the past, I've done one of these. So you just click on that. I acknowledge the fees associated with this transaction, and then next. And then this gives you got up there, here's his stuff, and then you just fill this stuff out, right? It's just basically pretty simple.
All right, so you get the idea there. And this is the actual link to that video for you folks, if you'd like to copy and paste that in there and check that out. Hopefully we can see a brighter day for this gentleman here if it turns out that he's not the one. So let's move on. And let's see here. So this I thought you guys would find fascinating. It's a
piece of evidence.
It's a story that it has definitely gained some ground. And there was another article about it. And basically it's the family of this man that passed away that claimed I think he did a deathbed confession. Or no, I'm sorry, he was unalived by the FBI later. They'll tell the story. But anyway, the family claimed to have evidence that he was D.B. Cooper. And if you're not familiar with D.B. Cooper, in the early 70s, there was a huge wave of airline, the terrorism. They would hijack the airlines. And this was one of the ones towards the end that sort of changed the policy of the FBI towards hijackings. D.B. Cooper was a guy who got on a plane and demanded a parachute and money, because you can't carry a parachute through customs, right? So, and he landed, and they gave him the money and the parachute, and then he jumped off. Now, money was found, partial amounts of the money were found later. I think it was near Seattle. Thank you, Chickbait. That was very nice. I appreciate that so much. That is very heartfelt. I know you guys don't have the money to give, and that's very nice. I know everybody is struggling. That means a lot to me. And the money was found by a kid in the river near one of the FBI search areas. I think it was just outside of the search area years later. And yeah, it washed up. And so check out the story of what
America's
this guy...
greatest mysteries. What happened to D.B. Cooper? The FBI closed their investigation into the 1971 plane hijacking back in 2016, leaving the case unsolved. A man identified by that name hijacked a plane in the Pacific Northwest. After telling authorities he had a bomb, they gave him the ransom he asked for, $200,000 and 4 parachutes. After the plane took off again, he vanished and was never found. Dan Grider claims he found a modified parachute rig in North Carolina belonging to Richard McCoy, saying,
"We're done."
What about these?
Looks right.
The rig is literally 1 in a billion. McCoy was a former Green Beret who was convicted of hijacking a plane the year after the Cooper incident. Like Cooper, he demanded cash and parachutes as a ransom. McCoy never admitted to the Cooper hijacking. After being convicted of the second incident, he escaped from prison before FBI agents shot and killed him in 1974. His children believe their father is Cooper. They reached out to Grider to give him evidence for his investigative series on YouTube.
Some very, very interesting developments in the unsolved mystery of D.B. Cooper. The rig that we found was, in fact, very highly modified.
They say they stayed quiet for decades until their mother died, believing she could also be implicated if the FBI investigated McCoy any further. Wyoming news outlet Cowboy State Daily reports that Grider and McCoy's son spoke with FBI agents and allowed them to search McCoy's family property last year. The McCoy family turned over the parachute and a skydiving log from their father that lines up with the timeline of both hijackings. But the FBI has not publicly confirmed or denied whether they have formally reopened the case. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Jack Almer.
So pretty interesting, right? It's like Jack the Ripper kind of mystery that if finally we get a full closure on, it'd be amazing. It's interesting how stories like that stand out, like our Idaho 4 story stands out over all the other crimes that occur at the time. And there was another tragic hijacking soon after that where a couple guys got way over their head and hijacked a plane to hanging with Mr. Cooper. Wow, I'm surprised somebody remembers that. That ended up costing some lives. That was pretty. There was a bunch of. That's when you had also later on you had the terrorism at the Olympics in Berlin, which was a terrible tragedy. So if you're familiar with that part of history, it was pretty turbulent times, and they finally, it seemed, got a hold on it. And then of course, 20 years later you had 9/11. Now I've talked to a lot of people that have said that they knew about 9/11 before, 20 years before, and if you fold the dollar bill a certain way, you can see the whole thing, 9/11 happening. It's crazy. There's all kinds of crazy stuff out there. But I happened to go to the same flight school as two of the terrorist hijackers. And one of my roommates he got involved in gun running with the Mexican mafia back in the late mid-90s. And he took me one time. I wasn't aware that he was doing this yet, and he was from Florida also, which is how we kind of found each other. And then it turned out that apartment complex was one of the ones where the terrorists live. So I don't know that it was necessarily them, whatever, but I remember seeing it on the news, and I was like, I know that apartment complex for a fact. So that was really crazy. But yeah, two of them trained at it's not Miramar, it's out by El Capitan in San Diego, they got a little rock formation, El Capitan, and that was your solo flight you had to take there. So I found that out later. I stopped before I got my license because when I was doing my first landing, oh wow, that's crazy, chick. When I was doing my first landing, there was this crazy banner pilot. And a banner pilot's the guy who pulls the, call 1-800-876 cash now or whatever, signs behind their plane. And he was and he cut in front of me because I guess I was taking too long to land. I'm trying to do it right and land and not die. And it was my first solo landing, and I'm in a little Cessna, and he comes flying by me, and the banner comes like an inch from the propeller. And if the banner gets wrapped up in your propeller, you're just gonna go endo and crash. You're done. So I lost it. I told the instructor to take over. She landed the plane. We got it safe. Anyway, crazy Kane story again. There you go. That turn is just insane. I mean, he's got skills. The kid's got skills. All right, we're almost to our big stories. Can't wait. So this is, again, from Heather Fitzgerald. Thank you, my producer. Did everyone know that Bryan Kohberger was dragged into Dana Smithers' case because of the slews? Okay, we did this one already. I'm sorry. All right, that ends that window. Let's go on to the next one here and see what happens. Jenn will be with us soon here. Enough here. She's chowing down on Din Din. And let's see what's going on here. Thanks for staying with me. The best part of this show is yet to come. So don't fall asleep on me. Trust me, you are going to remember this show for a long time. All right, here we go.
This guy right here is about to get taser pistol whipped by a police officer.
Hit him with it. Stop! Hit him with it. You already tased me. Stop it!
You may be asking yourself, how did it even come to this? Would you believe that this guy found himself in that position because he allegedly jaywalked?
Excuse me, what's your name? Oh, you didn't use the crosswalk there, and the way you tried to avoid me, I think.
Use the crosswalk?
Yeah,
I'm not in the car. I'm walking.
No, you guys still use the crosswalk even if you're walking. No, I want you to stop here. Being detained. Stop. All right, you're gonna get tased. You better not.
Believe it or not, this actually resulted in one of these police officers being charged. But it's never that easy. It's not over yet. Let's go through it. This one is pretty crazy. Many of you have discovered that it can be nearly impossible to find a civil rights lawyer. Although I get calls from all around the country every day, I'm only one person, and I only tell you if you've been seriously injured, it will call a guy wearing a hoodie. He didn't know who it was, didn't know the guy's name at the time. He saw him leave the pavilion area on foot and then change directions in what he thought was a reaction to the sight of a police car. Sergeant Johnson said that when he saw the man fail to properly cross Bay Street at the marked crosswalk, he decided that that was enough to then confront the man. Sergeant Johnson's body cam begins recording as he drives towards the man who's walking towards the railway overpass that's referred to locally as the honking tunnel. Apparently they don't have a lot of tunnels in Vermont. Sergeant Johnson initiates contact as his police car slowly starts to roll alongside the man who's walking. You can hear for yourself the verbal exchange that takes place.
Excuse me, what's your name?
Huh?
What's your Taylor what?
Hey.
Taylor what?
Taylor Hay.
How do you spell that?
Why? What's going on?
Oh, you didn't use the crosswalk there, and the way you tried to avoid me, I think.
Use the crosswalk?
Yeah,
I'm not in the car. I'm walking.
No, you guys still use the crosswalk even if you're walking. Yeah, at the end of it. No, I want you to stop here. You're being detained. Stop.
Why?
You're gonna get tased. You better not. Stop.
What are you doing?
Don't move.
Why are you doing this?
You're gonna get tased.
Why are you doing this?
I told you stop.
Why are you doing this? I'm not doing anything.
Why are you running?
God, help! 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 Help!
Fighting with one.
Help!
On base.
Help!
I'm fighting on one.
Help! 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 I don't have anything, dude. I don't have anything. I swear to God, dude.
Stop.
I don't have anything. Stop.
You're being detained.
Stop, dude.
Stop.
Stop. Sean, stop. I'm not doing anything, dude.
Lawyer may want to take this with a grain of salt, but I went ahead and looked up the jaywalking ordinance for the state of Vermont, and here it is right here, section 1052, crossing except at crosswalks. It just says that every pedestrian crossing a roadway at any point other than within a marked crosswalk shall yield the right-of-way to all vehicles upon the roadway. And then there's another section about if there are official traffic control devices, which I don't think is the case here. This shows where I believe that this happened, where you can see the actual crosswalk that this guy's alleged not to have used. This doesn't appear to be the scenario where there are actual traffic control devices on either side. It's not some big intersection. It's just like some random.
All right, I'll cut this short because I played it on Not Kane B's The Purge, and the guy basically grabbed the taser from the cop and tased him, and then they beat his brains in. And it's pretty crazy. But trust me, the best part is coming up. Please don't leave now. Cold or covered. I talked about this on Not Kane B. There was a manatee found, and he was passed away. And apparently there's been like 500, blah, 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 this year. Okay, manatee dead. And it was in Largo. I went to go find the spot, but I had bike trouble.
We love you. You love us. We're much faster than a bus. We hope you enjoy our hospitality. Marry one of us and you'd fly free.
All right, so here's the first one, and this is going to be shocking to some of you.
Pandy are among the most beloved animals on Earth, with their small dark eyes and massive faces. It should be no surprise that such efforts are being made to rescue them from their endangered species label. The narrative is that the pandy are innocent and don't deserve their coming extinction, that we should do whatever necessary to save the species. But there is a much darker side to this story, one that until recently had been neglected by mainstream science. Evidence of this claim has become overwhelming to the point where we can now say with certainty that the pandy are not as innocent as they seem. The pandy are a valuable species. They are notoriously difficult to breed in captivity, and with deforestation devastating their natural habitat, it's possible they could go extinct within 3 generations. The WWF has committed to preventing this, with Vince McMahon once saying, "I would punch a panda right in the face." The comment caused huge backlash, resulting in his departure from the WWF. He now runs an LGBT-themed dance show called WWE. The WWF continue their work protecting Chinese forests, which doesn't necessarily resolve the other issue. Pandy are very particular about who they choose to mate with. That might not sound too bad, but you need to realize how ugly female pandy are. They may look cute and cuddly to us humans, but in the eyes of a male panda, it's just a train wreck. Female pandy and their dismal physical appearance may turn out to be a blessing. There are some who believe the species are unlike any other in the sense they pose a genuine threat to our existence. From the frontier of zoology, we now have insight into the terrifying nature of these animals. This is Dr. Gaylord Sinsberth Jr. His controversial theory puts forward the argument that every deadly disease known to man has been caused by pandy, that somehow they are the source of everything that kills us. But even more controversial than his theory is his proposed solution. In his own words, whether the pandy have knowingly been creating these diseases is unknown. What is known is that if disease is to be eradicated, so must the pandy. And so ever since his paper on the issue was published in 2022, debate over how best to tackle the panda disease question has raised. An organization was launched to determine this, the Institute of Pandamonium, headed by Dr. Gaylord and involving researchers from every major Chinese university. It was 9 months before they decided the pandy need exterminating, and a further 17 minutes to determine the best method to do so. According to their report, the most humane way to eradicate the pandy is to beat them in their heads with bamboo. Propositions by the Institute were discussed at the UN General Assembly that year.
И всякие действия любых государств в обход этого порядка нелегитимны и противоречат Уставу Организации Объединенных Наций, современному международному праву.
동북아에서도 EU와 같은 질서가 실현되기를 바랍니다.
当今世界仍有8亿人生活在极端贫困之中。
Clearly, there was no international consensus. Despite this, it's widely accepted that the pandy need to go. Here's the situation. The pandy exist all across the globe, yet only in China do they roam free. Elsewhere, they are contained in small quarantine areas known as zoos. To be absolutely safe, the Institute recommend these zoos be destroyed by nuclear weapons as to be sure none escape into surrounding areas. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is raising an army of bamboo-wielding Chinese people to systematically hunt pandy in the wild. That sounds pretty straightforward, but here's the thing. The Chinese government consider pandy to be people and afford them the same legal status as humans. Like other communist dictatorships, the Chinese government has consistently protected human rights. So beating pandy to death simply isn't an option yet. The Chinese government really do love the pandy. In fact, they use them for diplomacy. In what has been dubbed panda diplomacy, the animals have been gifted to Japan and America. This raises one big question. Do they know? Do the Chinese government know how deadly the pandy are? Because if they do, it's not diplomacy, it's biological warfare. Could China have been secretly waging war on the West this whole time? It's possible. So the question is, with the Chinese government protecting the pandy, how will we exterminate them? The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have pledged $10 million for anyone who can provide the answer. As of yet, no one has claimed the money. Bill Gates and Gaylord Sinsberg are both powerful men, and so is Vince McMahon. Together, this trio may eventually rid us of these meddlesome pandy. I wanted to know what ordinary Chinese citizens think of the pandy, so we went to Beijing airport to ask people. This is what they said.
We're headed out to Washington State, see the Olympic National Park.
We are going to Taipei.
We're going through southwest England mostly.
Well, I'm heading to Okinawa.
We're going home to Los Angeles. I'm going home, India.
Every type of person going every place in the world, all attempting to get there the fastest way and the safest way. That's what aviation is.
The people of moderate circumstances can travel today all over the world. I think it's terrific.
I don't think I'll ever understand what makes an airplane stay up in the air, but...
It appears that on the journey to Beijing, we fell into some kind of wormhole. On the other side, we found ourselves in 1980s Virginia, and forgetting our question, we asked people where they were going. We probably should have made a documentary about that, but the panda thing seemed more pressing. It's ironic how despite this war being entirely one-sided, it is the pandy whose numbers are declining. Perhaps instead of destroying them, we should just wait. In Soviet fashion, locals have been cutting down trees in their natural habitat for years, but still the pandy rejects all proposed peace deals. No matter how many are captured and interrogated, they tell us nothing. Matters are made worse by the fact that they all look exactly the same, so we have no idea who their leader is. Technologically speaking, they are yet to enter the Stone Age, and if Gaylord Sinsberg has his way, they never will.
That's only the beginning. It gets much worse, you guys. It is serious. Hey, chick bait or colon covered, I hope you're hanging in there. This gets better. An Alabama football player died after getting a helmet-to-helmet injury, and he had a concussion. That was very sad to hear. Now, this is the rest of the story, you guys. This is the real story of the pandy. Get ready.
Ow, that must hurt.
Just when you thought you knew everything about the panda, you're going to find out what's really going on in the world with the panda. They call him the giant panda for a reason. And this is a flyover, and I thought it was pretty cool. I can't play the music, unfortunately, but this is the Bran castle, and it's Dracula's home. So I found it pretty crazy of a view of, it's Vlad the Impaler was considered Dracula back in the day in is it Romania or Transylvania? I'm sorry, it's Transylvania. This is a look at the centuries-old castle from a drone, and there's her teeth. Don't worry, we got more panda to come. And it does get pretty serious here, so there's the fort. All right, so check that out. That's pretty cool. And
don't think for a second that you're on your own. A giant panda could be lurking nearby. You'd never suspect it. Their intimidating black and white appearance acts as superb camouflage. Pandas are so good at blending in with their environment that they could be the ultimate predators, and you wouldn't even know it. A recent study by the University of Bristol showed just how terrifyingly effective their camouflage is. Using cutting-edge imaging technology, researchers discovered that the panda's unique black and white pattern disappears seamlessly into the shadows, tree trunks, and foliage of their natural habitat. Their white fur merges with the snow, while their black coat fades into darkness. You better stay sharp, because you never know when a giant panda may be silently stalking you, ready to strike when you least expect it. If you think that was scary, we're just getting started. These seemingly innocent creatures hide a dark side that will make your hair stand on end. From their carnivorous teeth to their untouchable status as Chinese citizens, get ready to uncover the shocking secrets about the world's cutest killer. See that adorable baby panda climbing on its mom? You might think this is just another cute moment captured on camera. But let me tell ya, that little fluff ball is actually training to become the ultimate apex predator. Giant pandas have mastered the fine art of tree climbing. They've spent countless hours honing their skill. These furry harbingers of doom climb trees to protect themselves from enemies like snow leopards, jackals, and wild dogs. So, if you ever find yourself wandering in a forest, keep your eyes peeled for these Oreo-colored killing machines. They just might bring death from above. Even in water, you're still at risk of being horrifically mutilated by a giant panda. Yeah, they can swim too, and they're really good at it. Giant pandas take to the water as a source of activity, a means of escaping predators, and most importantly, to drag unsuspecting prey like you to a watery grave. Listen up, folks. You may think that giant pandas are harmless herbivores, but think again. These adorable black and white fluff balls are actually hiding a secret weapon. Their teeth. That's right. A panda's teeth are built for chomping through flesh and bone like a carnivore. And you thought they were just for eating bamboo. Well, okay, you're not entirely wrong, because yes, pandas did switch to a vegetarian lifestyle about 2 million years ago. But that doesn't mean their meat-eating instincts are entirely gone. Scared yet? You should be. Researchers have found evidence that before they became bamboo addicts, pandas used to chow down on other animals. And who knows, maybe one day they'll get tired of their vegetarian diet and start craving the sweet taste of your flesh again. And if they do, there's a plus side. Yeah, I said there's a plus side to being devoured by a panda. With their natural habitat shrinking and food sources dwindling, biologists theorize that a lack of meat in their diet may be contributing to their extinction. So, if a panda reverts to its carnivorous state and eats you alive, you may actually save this endangered species. Thank you for your sacrifice. It's not just their teeth you have to worry about. Their huge paws are more than capable of ripping you to shreds. It's all thanks to their unique opposable thumb, which they use to handle bamboo. Did you know a giant panda can peel and eat a bamboo shoot in just 40 seconds? Now imagine your limbs in place of the bamboo. 40 seconds, people! This horrifying opposable thumb is found on other ferocious animals worldwide. The black bear, the raccoon, even the red panda. Let's say you came face to face with one of these monsters. Winning a fight against a giant panda may be the worst decision you've ever made. Yeah, they've got friends in high places. Let's be real, you don't want to mess with China when it comes to their precious pandas. That's right, these adorable bundles of death are a national treasure in China and are protected by law. If you're brave enough to go see one in a zoo or on a reserve outside of China, just remember that it's there on loan. These rent-a-panda agreements usually last for 10 years, unless there's a new addition to the family of man-eaters. When a panda cub is born, the zoo or reserve has to fork out $400,000 in conservation fees to China. The zoo can keep the baby panda for 3 years before they need to send it back to China, where it will assist in expanding the giant panda gene pool. It's like a giant panda timeshare, but instead of getting a week in Cabo, you get a cute and cuddly killer that could tear you limb from limb. So do yourself a favor and don't make this an international incident. Keep your distance from those pandas, folks, especially on the day that pandas are known to cause the most bloodshed. The dreaded day of April Fools. Wow, I can't believe we got through this alive. Even voicing this story was traumatic. Wait, you want more? Fine, it's your funeral. Next, you're getting up close and personal with the most feared creature on the planet, the sloth. This beast is gonna take its time with you. Get all the gory details here on How to Survive.
These furry harbingers of doom. These Oreo-colored killers may be lurking. That is by far my favorite thing that I've ever played on here, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now we know their pandas are literally a biomechanical weapon. Oh man, okay. Anyway, hi Mouse, how are you today? Nice to see you. Tony Stevenson is here. Be real, Heather. All right, kids, let's keep going. There's more. Trust me, there's more. So that was from Angel B. And I would really appreciate it if you guys wouldn't mind subbing up to her. She has some great stuff, and she's been around this for a while. That was something we'd played previously on the Purge, and something we've talked about a lot as far as going back to the early 20s. With the in the 20s, they had the Frosh Soph, which is the freshman sophomore wars, and they would post edicts around town. And an edict is like a proclamation of your territory. Like they would slap a poster on a post or on a signboard or something, like declaring their territory, and they would fight each other, and there was a lot of casualties. And this went on for sometimes weeks before a winner of the freshman and the sophomore were declared. And I've many times showed you the pictures of the casualties, whether they were casualties of fatalities or casualties of seriously being effed up. They were really bad. And this, it seems, with this video, that with this melee that is a tradition with mostly the fraternities at Moscow, that it's just a continuation of what the Frosh Soph wars were. And so what you had it got so bad in the late 20s that one of the instructors, one of the professors, had to take over the organization of it, and they turned it into wrestling matches, fighting matches, where they would beat each other to a bloody pulp. And in the what is it called, the Argonauts, the student newspaper, they described the victims as casualties. Okay, now this one does seem, she slowed it down for us, and I thank her for that. And it does seem to be in good fun, but there does seem to be the possibility that girls are involved. Girls were not even allowed on campus during the Frosh Soph wars. Here there does seem to be girls involved. What they do is they just go around and melee and whack each other. And it's, it's kind of like a kill the carrier kind of thing. And it's kind of whack. And it just shows you an example of the mentality of alphatism in the fraternities in general. We know this goes on in Canada with Sigma Chi. We know that this goes on in Moscow. And this is a great example of that. So I just wanted to enlighten you on that.
Guy King is such a nice video. People, you think this thing can do a barrel roll? Like, please don't do that. Like, you gonna land this? He's like, I'm gonna try to hit a barrel roll and then probably nosedive it and call it a night.
Start it up and get it to go. In a couple hours, I guess. But yeah, I wouldn't know how to land it. I wasn't really planning on landing it.
Get you in contact with somebody.
Alrighty. Yeah, I just kind of want to do a couple maneuvers, see what it can do before I put her down.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Sorry, my mic came off. I threw up a little bit. Shoot. Man, I'm sorry about this. I hope this doesn't ruin your day.
If you go too much further in that direction, I won't be able to hear you anymore.
Alright. Hey, pilot guy, can this thing do a backflip, you think? I'm going to land it. I think I'm going to try to do a barrel roll. And if that goes good, then I'll just go nose down and call it a night.
Guy King is such a nice video. People, you think this thing can do a barrel roll? Like, please don't do that. Like, you gonna land this? He's like, I'm gonna try to hit a barrel roll and then probably nosedive it and call it a night.
So yeah, that's a hijacking. I don't know how he got that door. You see, he got the door open to the private plane, and it's bigger than a Saratoga. I don't know what kind of plane it is, but it's a prop plane. He went in there with a parachute and hijacked the plane. And then I think he nosedived it to their end. So that is a pretty funny video there. This is real.
Everyone in McKinney is dead. The temperature, the heat index right now in McKinney is 10,000. What is that? 101,105. It's hot in McKinney. Everyone in McKinney is dead.
Okay. Anyway, silliness. This was the article with the DB Cooper thing that we looked at, and the family says that basically what happened is Jenn. We're wondering where Jenn is. Let me check in on Jenn. We got a Hangman coming up for anybody still around. Leslie and Billy, I'm sorry you missed the trivia tonight. We had a new trivia game. Let me check on Jenn. She was having trouble with my phone. And let's see if we can start the... Hangman game. But this article here, it demonstrates that people are being massively laid off from the manufacturing sector, and they have because the robots are taking the jobs. And so it's just an interesting fact that these elite rich people think that by saving money with robots and replacing the humans, that it'll benefit their bottom line in the end, when we know that if you don't have people making money at a job, they are not going to be able to spend the money. It's hot on the bottom. When will they get it?
What is the address of your emergency?
I'm not sure.
What's going on?
I'm not sure.
Why are you calling 911?
Okay, never mind.
You don't know why you called 911?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then why did you call?
Okay, do I have to say right now?
Yes.
Okay, then never mind.
Are you able to talk, or is there someone...
No.
Okay. Are you in danger?
Yes.
Has someone kidnapped you?
I don't know.
Does this person know you've called 911?
No.
Then just pretend like you're talking to your friend, and I'll see if I can't get somebody to help you. Are you in a truck?
Yes. My sister wanting to know.
And why can't you talk? Are you afraid he's going to hurt you?
Yes.
Has he already hurt you tonight?
Yes.
I'm getting help your way. Just stay on the phone, okay?
Okay.
Did he turn the lights off to the car?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the officer can see you still, so don't worry, okay?
Okay. Stay on your face now. Okay, I'm getting out. Do not move. Do you understand me? Ma'am, are you okay? Do not move.
I mean, I get that the 911 operator finally got it, but they're just so freaking rude every single call you ever hear. Then why are you calling 911? Well, obviously there's a reason, lady, and I'm sure you put up a lot of prank calls and whatever, but that's your freaking job, you know? And it's like, you know, if that lady had just been like, all right, forget it, and hung up, she might not be alive. And it's one of my biggest pet peeves of about that's one of the reasons I wanted to be a 911 operator. I haven't applied for that yet. I'm thinking about that. Have you guys ever seen the movie with what's his name? There's a 911 caller movie. It's pretty intense. Jake Gyllenhaal. Can't tell you the name, I don't know.
Wednesday, the Fresno Police Department announced Sergeant Paige McQuay had been arrested and booked into Fresno County Jail. He's currently facing charges of attempting a lewd act upon a child and communicating with a minor with the intent to commit an unlawful offense. Fresno Police Department tells me 56-year-old McQuay was never actually speaking with a minor and was caught by the Roseville Police Department in a sting operation.
Obviously, we have a vested interest when somebody in our police department is accused of these kinds of crimes.
McQuay has been with Fresno Police Department since 1993. We even highlighted him and another officer back in 2016 when two little kids thanked him for helping the community. Now interim police chief Mindy Casto says the department is trying to be as transparent as possible.
I just ask for the community to understand that it's painful, but we don't want to hide it. We don't want to bury this type of an incident. We want to be as upfront as we can.
So it doesn't lose trust with the community.
Obviously, we're damaged by this, but this is one officer.
Wednesday.
Fresno has its problems, let's say. And there's so many of these calls now where Tina, that you get that are women in trouble, and they're trying to get help, and the operator keeps asking them these stupid questions and haranguing them until they finally figure out, oh, this is somebody being kidnapped. I better get my shit together because, before, when it was a crank call, I can get away with being a smart ass, but now this 911 call is going to be replayed. I better do my job. It's like, do your job from the beginning, man. What kind of people do we have in these places? So this, I'll just brush on this. This is a logical fallacy. They're saying that because the gangs have taken over in one city that they're going to move into Idaho soon. And these are the players here. It's a scare you thing. And maybe it's true. Maybe it will happen. I don't know. We can listen to the thing for a minute. I don't even care about this story. It's stupid. They're idiots. Oh, they took down my video. Oh, man, that sucks. Didn't make it. Almost got it. Alright.
I'm calling the sheriff's department. I just got assaulted by this old fuck. I'm calling the sheriff's department. I just got assaulted by this old fuck.
I don't usually laugh at guys falling over in wheelchairs, but he was talking shit till the minute he hit the ground. And he punched this contractor here and then just kind of sped off. And you can see what happened. Anyway, sorry. Oh, Lord. So I was saying in Not Kane vs. the Purge when I played that originally that it's one thing to have the pods of dolphins swim up to you, but it's a whole nother thing when the seals come into the surf, and it's usually got to be pretty good for them to bother. But that's a pretty magical thing when you see seals. You also know there's some sharks around though when you see the seals, so that's not always a good sign. But yeah, Chickbait, you got here a little late. We did a lot of true crime, and it's still coming. Hang in there, honey. All right.
How many homes would it take to equal one multifamily?
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like, chill guys, just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension.
$341 for a leg, $210 for skull bones, $900 for a torso. That's how much Victor Carl Honey was worth to a medical school in Texas. Without his consent or his family's knowledge, his body was frozen, cut into pieces, and sent out across the country after he died. We learned about Honey because he was on a long list of unclaimed bodies acquired by that med school, and we wanted to know how he, a brother, a father, and a veteran who earned burial with military honors, could be treated this way.
I think they think homeless black man, he ain't got no family. They don't care about him. You were wrong about this one.
Honey died alone at a hospital in Dallas in September 2022. After a social worker there couldn't find any family, he was sent to the medical examiner, where an investigator struggled to find or make contact with Honey's family. And so, less than a month later, the search was ended. Even though Honey's son shares the same first and last name and lives in the Dallas area, Honey was deemed unclaimed and brought to the University of North Texas Health Science Center, where he was dissected and studied by medical students and companies. this isn't new. The unclaimed dead have long been used for medical teaching and research. In the 1800s, body snatchers dug up the graves of the poor and formerly enslaved and sold them to med schools. Eventually, states made it legal for schools to train and experiment on unclaimed bodies instead. But today, much of the medical community has moved on from that practice, treating human bodies with the same dignity as living patients, meaning consent is needed for what happens after death. But this med school in Texas did the opposite. More than 2,300 unclaimed bodies have been given to them since 2019, including Honey's. And a big reason why is money. Burying and cremating thousands of unclaimed bodies is expensive for local medical examiners and coroners. The bodies are disproportionately black men, and many are mentally ill and homeless, often making it far more difficult to reach next of kin, who would otherwise pay the bill. By sending out body parts and renting school facilities to outside groups that wanted access to their supply of bodies, the program helped bring in $2.5 million a year to the school. But when we reached out to dozens of companies, teaching hospitals, and med schools that leased bodies from the Health Science Center, 10 of them didn't know that some of those bodies were unclaimed.
First time I heard about it was when NBC News contacted me. It says donated on the paperwork.
What did you think that meant?
That they donated their bodies for this purpose.
Are you going to change course in any way now knowing what you know?
Yes, absolutely. We need to know exactly who consented. I would like to know that.
As we investigated this story, the Health Science Center defended its practices, arguing that
Yeah, I think you can see where that one's going, and it's pretty disgusting. And in the age of COVID, and in the age of where they can't solve a crime because somebody's wet, it's or you know, whatever the reason that families can't pay, they're doing as they whilst with these bodies. It's pretty gross. That's enough of that, though. So after watching this a couple times, I figured out that this girl was walking in the attic, and she must have stepped off of the stud beams onto the drywall, and she was okay. Everybody was all right from this, but she fell through the ceiling. The poor girl. It gave the mother a heart attack. What a mess. Anyway.
1, 2, 3.
Do you like your new tie?
We're gonna have to sell your feet pictures. Oh.
1, 2. Should I get a dog?
Sit. Paul. Lay down. Oh.
Jerry, think about it. It's a baby. Don't do it.
All right, Sloan, I'll get out with you.
Mr. Chief, face the camera.
You're adopted.
Normalize you not touching my charger.
Stop. 1, 2, 3.
Do you like your new tie?
I love the one with the tie. It's like, yeah. Is there not enough cats for you in your chick bait? Is that the problem? Need more cats. So this is exactly what you think it's going to be. And I said before that this was a neighbor that you might not have liked until you found out that they had this. And then you became best friends. I love how they have this little fence right here. It's a low fence. And you know what this dog's waiting for. So cute. Alright, keep it going here. Jen's gonna just finish eating her dinner. I guess she's gonna settle in for the evening. So we'll catch her on the next show. Sorry about that. We'll still do Hangman. That's coming up here. We just got a couple things to go here.
Single-family homes
And we're
would
getting
take
to
to
it.
equal one multifamily.
Federal agents falsely arrested a 66-year-old Valley woman at gunpoint. The ABC 15 investigators are first to have exclusive new video of the shocking arrest. We broke the story and now have the footage prompting more questions about this wild case of mistaken identity.
Police, don't move!
It took the federal government more than 6 months to publicly release this dramatic video.
Hands up! Hands up!
Revealing visuals highlighting a significant error by U.S. Marshals.
Turn around.
And it also proves what 66-year-old Penny McCarthy knew all along.
Ever since this happened, sorry, I am so freaking disappointed in my government. It's not funny.
Turn away from the sound of my voice.
This exclusive new police body camera footage captures the moment 6 U.S. Marshals, armed with rifles, wrongfully arrested Penny outside her Phoenix home.
You have an arrest warrant. Turn away from the sound of my voice. Yes, for you.
Who am I?
Turn away. Turn around. We'll discuss.
Turn away, you're gonna get hit.
The video clearly shows Penny had no idea why federal agents were there or how they could have a warrant for her arrest.
I truly, truly believed I was being kidnapped.
Do you want to confirm who I am?
ABC 15 fought for 6 months to obtain these videos through a federal public records request. The first time we're seeing exactly what led to Penny's arrest.
Turn around and face away from me.
And it all happened in less than 2 minutes.
Can you prove you're the police?
Ma'am, you see that we're the police.
How do I see that?
Ma'am, we're gonna get. If you turn around and
What was it like watching this video?
It just makes me more angry than before.
Penny's story started with an email. No one believed her until ABC 15 listened to what happened, and we uncovered serious failures by the federal government.
I'd like to know why this person was arrested as Ms. Rozak.
Just days after our investigation aired, and in direct response to our reporting, prosecutors dropped the case against Penny, and the federal government admitted it was wrong. Penny never should have been arrested.
I'm not Carol Ann Rozak. I've never been Carol Ann Rozak.
She was not this woman, Carol Ann Rozak, not the Oklahoma fugitive federal agents thought she was, not the person seen in this mugshot from 20 years ago who was wanted on a parole violation for nonviolent crimes. What do you see on these videos?
I see abuse of power, period.
This brings us back to the body camera footage and Penny's crucial question.
Do you want to confirm who I am?
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
All right, I'll just get on my soapbox and end this one real quick because this goes. I can't stand, and I understand that the Homeland Security was put into place to defend us from terrorism, right? But you have DEA, you have the federal marshals who are rounding up hardcore felons, and the person they were chasing was a non-violent felon. And they go to this 66-year-old woman with guns drawn. Now, they have complete impunity to violate your Fourth Amendment rights and just trample over it without any kind of repercussions whatsoever. There's no court in the land, for the most part, that's going to prosecute anyone from these agencies. Now, what happens is she was lucky. They cleared her in a day or two, and she got out. But there's so many people that get into the system that can't get out, and they're held there until they make a plea deal, because that public pretender is not going to stand up for you. Remember that, because it is important, because it shows you in the case with Bryan Kohberger how they got him in there, and no matter what, they will scratch and tear people's eyes out to keep him in there for 2 freaking years with the flimsiest case that's ever been presented in a murder trial. 113 pieces of evidence? Give me a freaking break. And so, if this had been somebody else or another situation where they kept her in here, this person loses their house, they lose their job, all the stuff that they've worked for their whole life. And there's no payback from the agencies that did this to them. This is an example. I know that 90% of homeless people have mental illness, but there's also a large portion that have got up into a system that perhaps were innocent and were held against their will for a long time with nobody to defend them, and their lives fell apart. And there are cases after cases after cases of these people being harassed over and over and over again. And you can see where they don't give a crap about your life at all. In my opinion, that's got to change. And I'll leave it at that. So this is the death pods that they have. And I think it's Denmark that allowed the first one. And so the first one, this is a pod. You can just go in there and unalive yourself all you want. And this guy thinks he's the best man since sliced bread to bring it to you. And the first person that was supervised doing this, the gas didn't kill her. So guess what? They found her strangled. So they couldn't kill her with the gas. So they went ahead and decided to complete the job themselves and strangle her out to death. And now, this is getting cleared to move to the United States. And I'll leave it at that. So there.
Oh shit. Wow, I had some wobbly wobbles there. Looks like Don might have crashed, I'm not positive. Oh shit. Wow, I had some wobbly wobbles there.
Doesn't look like Dawn made it. I think she was okay though after that. Watch out for those pandas, you guys. All right, we're getting their hangman coming up here.
Oh, George. Yeah.
Real nice cover up right there. Oh, something happened. All right, this is in Napa Valley. And I still to this day cannot tell you for 100% whether this is real or AI. When I was watching it, the water seems to be flowing backwards, but I think this is like a sinkhole, and I'm assuming this is a PCH. I don't know, some road by a lake or whatever. Check it out. See right there where it looks like it's going backwards? Looks like it's going backwards. And it's also, it looks like the water level around the hole is higher than, I don't know. It's like one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I wanted to play that for you. Hey there, Telltale. How you doing? Nice to see you. How are you, huh? I missed your live. I was sleeping the other day. Okay, yeah, this is a little too violent to play on the Purge. I'm sorry. It's really graphic, and I'm not going to play it, unfortunately. Sorry. Get out of there. So I thought of my friends up north with this
future
one.
Technology like electric cars, spaceships, and solar energy.
And so it's kind of a boring video, but Tesla has a next level heat pump, and a heat pump is a unit that provides air conditioning, an HVAC unit that provides air conditioning and heat. And they figured out a way to make the condenser more efficient, and Elon Musk himself said his team did some next level work. So hopefully that in the future we'll be able to bring you guys some relief of the heating bills. I'm sure a lot of you use fire, which is a much more efficient way to heat your house, but still you're gonna need a heater at some point in your life.
This new $100 dent.
For the first time, we are hearing from the head of the police union about the arrest of one of their own for questionable policing.
The senior sergeant who was in charge of a team working the strip is accused of setting people up to get searched and detained. Fox News' Kim Paseth has been on this story from the very beginning. She is here with new information for us tonight.
No Hangman coming up, Translucent coming up, just a couple more frames.
Yeah, so tonight we learned from the president of the police union it was Sergeant Kevin Menon's entire team who came forward to them to report the wrongdoing. The team was charged with keeping the strip safe through proactive police work, but instead Menon is accused of targeting and arresting people who did nothing wrong.
You should be disturbed. Police officers shouldn't be acting in a way that Sergeant Menon was acting.
Steve Gramis, president of the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, was stunned by the accusations against Sergeant Menon, who...
That, be real, I'm glad you mentioned that. I hate to play so many anti-cop things, because they're honestly now trying to reverse the image, and there was a lot of videos that came out, and they had music on them, so I couldn't play them. But they are going around pulling people over, and if they have kids, they let the kids go and pick a present out of the trunk of the car. And I'm like, man, that's a little bit too late. It's too little too late. And don't try to be Santa Claus. Just try to be fair with everybody that you pull over. And I realize it's a dangerous job, and there's a lot of great cops out there. So I'm not trying, but you're starting to see more and more of guys getting caught doing what they've been doing for years. And I will tell you that I have a real problem with the Las Vegas Police Department. I was arrested there for an outstanding speeding ticket, which they didn't need to arrest me, but they arrested me. And I was on my way back to San Diego, and they threw me in jail, and I was stuck there because the people I was riding with I drove because one of them was tired, and so they took over driving after I got arrested. So I was stuck in Vegas all the way to San Diego, 5-hour drive, and luckily someone else that was arrested gave me a ride back, but I had to wait like 2 more days. And they let me right out. But it was just the process, and they were so awful. They were the Las Vegas Police Department is absolutely awful. And you can see them in here going after people for no reason. Just sitting there in the casino enjoying themselves. And then watch what they do. Watch.
He calls, quote, a rogue supervisor.
I was kind of in disbelief. I kind of wanted to see it for myself.
I have my doubts that he was in disbelief. I'm pretty sure that it's well known what this department is up to at all times, and they're going to have plausible deniability here, but it's bullshit.
These videos shared with the grand jury show several disturbing incidents. Men detained under seemingly false pretenses on the strip.
I was just flabbergasted that in this day and age of law enforcement, someone would have the nerve to make up incidents with citizens.
Text messages show premeditation. Menon planning to shoulder check people passing by or otherwise engage them. Other officers under his command then swooping in to question them.
We know every profession has those bad apples, right? Lawyers, doctors, judges, cops. But it's what you do when you find them, which is the measure of who you are as an agency.
And it was Menon's own team who reported him.
It was the entire squad. We met all of them at the substation. Once they all got together collectively and talking about things that they had concern with and finding out it wasn't isolated to themselves and that they had someone else going through the same thoughts and concerns, that's when they said, hey, we need to call the union. Luckily we have some tenured folks. I've got 26 years on here, and we started to guide them properly. So it was a...
Yeah, I think they found him in the same place as Ashley Banfield's Potato Head. This freaking guy. I'm shocked. Look at what the guy was doing. They were bumping into people, and if the people reacted, then they arrested him.
people
Look at-
passing by or other.
You see, he shoulder bumped. I think it's some lady.
Shoulder check people passing by.
That was a
or
dude. And then he just go up to this guy, grab him for no reason. He's just standing there. Grab him, start fucking with him,
then swooping in to
and
question
arrest
them.
him.
We know every.
And so it was his own people in his team that turned him in, thankfully. But there's so much that happens that you're a part of this sergeant's squad, and if you go against them in any way, you're going to be the one turned against. You're going to lose your job. There's a lot on the line for these good officers. And you have a lot of these corrupt people, especially here in Clearwater, that work off duty for over 20 years. Our police chief, our most recent police chief before the new one, Sergeant Slaughter, worked for 20 years for the Scientologists. On the payroll of the Scientologists. Right out in the freaking open, taking people down for parking in a white zone that belonged to the Scientology. So many stupid things that they do. And anyway, the prosecution of these people is very difficult. So that must be some Renaissance fair somewhere. It looks like a really good time to watch. I think the guys were having a lot of fun. That big guy did not want to get whacked anymore, though. For sure. All right, last one.
What kind of other things do you do in your downtime?
I'm starting to manage dance teams, hip hop groups.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, anywhere from 4 to 50 kids, and just a lot of energy, a lot of motion, a lot of fun, a lot of high-fiving, a lot of smiles.
That's basically the mantra of it. It's like a lot of fun, a lot of high fives. Is that what you said?
I'm listening to what you're asking me, and if you're not listening to my answers, let's just call it a day.
But the mantra is just the...
Just shut up about the mantra. Just shut up. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
If you can't get the fat out of your ears and listen, then why am I here? Get the fat out of your ears.
You know what? I'm not that fat.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Oh man, I got a headache from laughing so hard. Okay, let's play some Hangman, you guys. Let's see how that goes. I'm not even sure how to do it yet, but we can get to it. Here's the first one. And so what we'll do is go ahead and type the first one to type a letter in the chat. We'll get that first pick. And you can see you have 2 words here. Anytime you're ready, go ahead and just type on a letter, and that'll be the first letter that we try. And we'll see if it's in there. Alright? That's the only way I can think to play it. I was able to make it, but here we go. Go ahead and start type it. Alright, we got a G. And that's not it. From Chickbait. So there we go. Alright. And Chickbait's ready to play here. Okay, here we go. And let's put that line in the chat here. And we'll get the next letter. Okay, Chickbait, you can stop now. Anytime now. Translucent finally got one in there. What can you talk about? Alright, you ready? There we go. Next letter. Go ahead. Tony Stevenson with a J. Looks like I'm winning so far. Alright, and we'll get the next letter here. And hold on, not yet. Go ahead. Alright, B-Real's got an S in there. Let's try that. Uh-oh. This is getting tough. You guys might be going down. I might be the winner of this game. All right, here goes the next one. Go ahead. Woke up 1984 still with us with a U. Uh-oh, another leg. We got 2 more to go. I didn't know what to do with this one. Here we go again. Next letter. Mouse with an L. And let's see what we got. Oh, we got an L. All right. You stay alive. You stay alive. And we'll draw the line. And go ahead and put your letters in. Chickbait tied with me, so we'll go with the next letter. We already got the L. Next letter is... Anyone? everybody quit. It's too close. I cleared the waiting room. Wakinian Taco with an E. Oh, we've got an E. All right. We got 2 E's there. And I'm going to draw the line again. And we'll start the next letter guessing. Get ready. Go ahead. And so we got 2 E's and an L. Chickbait gets a K in there. And that's looking good. So we got 2 words here. One's 4 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letters. And let's see who's going to get the next letter. Draw the line. And enter. Wakinian Taco with an O. All right, you're hanging in there. And so we have K-E blank blank O blank L-E. And I'm going to put the next line in there. Get ready. And hold on. All right. Hold on, Chickbait. Wait 1 second. There we go. All right. Next one. Oh, translucent, not to be played with. I get taken down. It is Xana Kernodal. Nice job. Great job. I thought I was going to shut you guys down right out of the gate there. Translucent, not one to be messed with in these games. All right, let's go with the next game. I'm going to put the line in, start guessing your letters there. And I can make more of these if you guys are having a good time. And go ahead and put your letter. And we'll get the next guess in here. Translucent with the big bada boom. Nice job. What have we got for this one, I wonder? What is the next letter going to be? Anybody at any time? Jeff H with the N. Let's see what we got. All right. We got 1 N. Looking good there. Kenyan Tonka coming in next. Let's get our next round. Get your letters typed. Hang on there, Bryan's ramblings. Hang on. And next one. After the line. Gets it? You're out. Echoes and Chickbait are both out. Alright. And Mouse gets an M. And that's going to get you ahead. Chickbait, or P-Fox is out. With the guesses. Guess your next letter right now. Next one gets it. Be Real going with the R. And we've got an R. Alright, I like it. Translucent throwing an A up there. I'm going to put the line in. And Tony Stevenson's out. Alright, and next one, here we go. Guess your letters. Wakinian Tonka with the I. And we got a body part. We'll keep going. Chickbait, you're dead. If you go for the guess, you're out. We'll wait for Chickbait to stop typing now. Here we go with the next one. Next letter gets it. Yeah, if you're going to guess, then if you got to guess it. Oh, too fast for fleas. It is Scott Green. And the eyes have it. You guys enjoying that one? Do you want to do another one? I'll do another one if you like. Let's see here. Was this it? Yeah. Oh, this is Trivia Nerd where I did the trivia. And I was going to make a Jeopardy game, but they only let you do 4 rows or 3 rows and 4 categories for the free one on the other one. And then Jeopardy Labs, it took a little longer than I had left. So that is the show for today, my friends. Thank you for being in here. We only went 4 hours. That's 5 hours. That's not bad. Let me see. I appreciate 4 hours. Michael Jackson. Chickpea. All right. So we had Translucent and who was the other big winner there? The Too Fast for Fleas. Not here to play. But yeah, I'll do more. That was fun. I liked that. That was a good time. If I'm gonna shut it down right there and I was trying to keep it under 4 hours and 3 hours, but I appreciate everybody being here. Jeff H, have a great night. Translucent, thank you for being here. Too Fast, Bryan. We'll see you on the next one. It might be Tuesday. It might be tomorrow. I think I'll probably do one tomorrow because there's just nothing happening. And we've